Out on the street chasing wrong from right. Eyes like fire burning through the haze. Truth is a weapon, cuts through the maze. Some call her trouble, some call her brave. Digging up secrets they tried to save. A real deal around town. She's breaking it down. Spinning the wheel, exposing the sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town. The truth's her cry. Shadows, they curse her name. Afraid of the spotlight she brings to the game. But the grateful ones, they cheer in the dark for the spark she ignites in their weary hearts. Some call her danger, some call her hope. She's the thin line on the tightrope. The sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town. The truth's her crown, yeah. The sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town. The truth's her crown, yeah. The truth's her crown, yeah.
My mic was muted, sorry. So we're back again. Let me start over. We're back again for more shenanigans at Town Hall. I'm going to try to remember everything I just said. So anyway, we're back. We got a select board meeting that starts at 3, but I started this meeting early so I could go over the agenda with you because I think it would benefit everybody to review it before we start the meeting. So I'm going to quickly, I think, pull that up. Oh, where'd I put it? I know what I did with it. Okay. Share screen. Do this routine over and over again. Let's see. Am I doing this? I tried to reduce all these windows. See if that's it. That appears to be it. Now I have to pull it up so you could see it. How about that? How about that? There, get the logo up. Now I'm going to go see the agenda wherever I put that. Oh, things get moved around on my screen. There it is. Okay. There, it's even moving. I did it right. Yesterday I screwed it up, but we got it right today. I'm going to see if I can make it a little bit, that's a little bit bigger, I think. Let me see if it's still going to work for you. I think you'll be able to see it fine. Okay. So the meeting starts at 3. It's much more fun to stay in my channel to watch this. So we're going to watch the meeting live, and we can talk about it in the chat when we get to it. But for right now, this is the agenda. And the regular preliminaries, call the meeting to order, pledge of allegiance, all that, and review. I guess they're going to review meeting minutes, maybe, if they're ready. And then they have an appointment at 4. We're going to start at 3. They're going to jump around the agenda. And then at 4 o'clock, they're going to have the combined insurance is going to come in and tell the board how they can cut employee benefits for healthcare and decrease cost for their health insurance. That's about my opinion of it, the whole thing, because nowadays insurance costs or healthcare costs are going through the roof for everybody, including the town. And if getting this presentation, they're looking at ways to decrease the cost to the town, not decrease cost to employees. This is decreasing cost for the town, but not necessarily to cut the budget from last year, but to cut what the increase would be. So it's not as painful. And nowadays, I see that. I'm not accusing anybody of any evil doings here, but I can't see a way to reduce the cost of healthcare insurance very much, if any. I think that we're kind of have to swallow as a town an increase, because if everybody's got a job, or if you have insurance that it's through an employer or through someone and you don't really have a lot of control over it, a lot of people, an increasing number of people, are going with high deductibles and with co-pays, and because they can't afford insurance, it's just become ridiculous. And the healthcare behind it, so people aren't getting healthcare. And we've always been good in the past. I don't know about right now, but in the past, the town's been pretty decent with their employees on the cost, I think. I might be going back several years, quite a few, maybe. Employees haven't spoken to me about this, but I think everybody could use a better deal. And I think that this is not a better deal. It's only to decrease some of the costs, but it's going to increase the cost for employees, and it may cause some employees to have to change doctors, because a change in health insurance can sometimes change the healthcare provider. So I'm really concerned about this proposal. I think as a town and as taxpayers, and I want to put this on my list is it on my list? Let me look. Health insurance benefits, employee pay. Yep, that's on my list for override discussions with you people, you, the taxpayer. And this is something, pay attention. Even though sometimes something like this seems boring, if you live in Townsend and you have anything to do with property taxes, this is something to pay attention to on the impossible. All right, let me move on. But this will be starting at 4 o'clock. Now, we've got a bunch of appointments here. These are interesting. Travis Misalski, I think. They're appointing him to work at the recycling center starting this Saturday. I guess the recycling center is open Saturday. I'm watching the time here. So, because he's going to start Saturday. And if you want more information about him, I believe the last Board of Health meeting, the Board of Health screened him and forwarded the appointment up to the Board of Selectmen to appoint him. So, and he was there at the meeting, and he kind of did an interview right there in the meeting. So it's interesting. It was interesting. I remember watching it. I don't remember if I recorded that meeting or not. Oh, I think I did. That was after a joint meeting. Okay, Robert Therian. He's on a bunch of boards. and he's also on the Cemetery and Parks, and he's going to be appointed to as the Parks Cemetery and Parks Committee representative to the Community Preservation Committee, and that committee is what who will be divvying up the money when the town starts getting all that CPA tax revenue that they think they're getting. They're getting some. I don't think it's going to be the windfall that they expect, but they are going to. I hope I'm surprised. That's all I can say. But it's, they're, they're just going to be treading water when they start. Then they're going to appoint Colby Streeter as a member at large to the CPC. And then this is a problem. This next one, 3.4, appoint interim town administrator. No name. We've got an open meeting law complaint coming up. If this happens, if they've determined somebody they're going to appoint already, if that's already decision's been made, I have a lot of questions on how that could possibly be, because the select board have not met in a public meeting. So they can't possibly, not in a chance in hell, even know who they're appointing if they haven't met yet. So they need to discuss that at this meeting, but they can't appoint. They need to put their name on this piece of paper, or they certainly need to demonstrate how did they find out that this person, how did this happen? You mean Sabrina just typed it on that a person, and we're just going to appoint somebody without being vetted? Oh, please. That's obviously not a thing. So it is a violation of the open meeting law to say you're going to appoint a position, but you're not going to put a name in there. You can't appoint a position. You have to appoint a person to a position. So if this happens, open meeting law complaint coming up. 3.5, appoint Ronald Murray as temporary seasonal emergency worker to the highway department. That's a mouthful, but what this is, he's plowing snow. And he already started, actually, based on this. I don't know how legal this is, but I'm not complaining as long as we're getting the roads plowed. I think they hired him faster than they were planning, because we had that storm came up. I think it might have been that day. So they hired him to plow, and backdating his appointment. It's happened before. I'm not complaining. I'm just letting it ride. I just hope the select board agrees that they're actually going to appoint him. That would suck if they said, well, no. How did this happen? Well, I mean, the select board would like to stop plowing snow because of the cost, but they can't. People will die if they decided to do that. All right, then we're going to appoint Kathy Spofford as an alternate member to the Historic District Commission. And she's been hanging out with them already. Then we're going to move on to application. This is interesting. Some of you might be interested in this. I got to widen my screen a little. This is a follow-up. This is the legalities. I don't know why this is just happening now. But if you remember Joe Shank, who was a former select board member, he quit over a year ago. Over a year ago, he announced that he was retiring from his job, which is he was owner of Harbor Auto Body for many years, and he had sold it to somebody else. And that was supposedly a done deal more than a year ago. So now, today, they're finally transferring the license to the new owner. So that's kind of interesting. I have questions as to why this person's been operating without a license for over a year. That's what it looks like. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I don't think Joe's been hanging out and running the place. I think Patrick Murphy has been. What do I know? I gotta plug in my battery. Keep forgetting that. Okay, then we're gonna get down to 4.2. Discuss and approve a 90-day notification requirement waiver for the town administrator per voluntary resignation. This is in his contract. it's in his contract, the contract between Nelson Moy and the town, that he would give, if he was going to resign, he'd give a 90-day notification. And he gave like 30-day notification that he was quitting. And they have to waive this. I think, I don't know, I'd have to look at it. I didn't pull up his contract today. I looked at it when I heard he quit, but I don't remember what it said about this. But I don't know if there's money involved. Would he have to pay anything back, or is there? Does he not? Is he not eligible for certain payments? I think I'm hoping that they'll discuss this. If they don't, then at a future date, I will go over his contract, and whatever is going to happen here, I will tell you after the fact what it means. But for right now, if it's any monies, I can tell you Veronica Kell may very well be a voice to contend with. Doesn't mean she'll get her way. I don't know how she's going to sway the rest of the board members on whatever her opinion might be, or what this even means. If there's money involved, Veronica is not usually very nice to people who quit early or do this. So I don't know. I want to go back to when we had an accountant quit, and she was thrown a fit because in the agreement, the employment agreement or a funding agreement on some courses that the accountant was taking, or a certification or something, there were costs associated with it. And Veronica wanted this accountant to pay it back because she had failed to give proper note. She didn't stay long enough. She was leaving before her time, her contractual agreement was. So she wasn't. Oh, she wasn't. She didn't have to pay it back. I think she just never. I can't. Well, I don't know if she had to pay it back, or she was just never going to get the reimbursement for employment-related training that she needed to do her job. So I don't know, and I think that Veronica did get away, and I believe that the woman suffered financially because of this. So I don't know what she's going to say here. I will add to this one item, though, that over the last month or so, before today, as we were approaching Nelson's resignation, there were two or three executive sessions where the Board of Selectmen were, or I should say Select Board, were meeting to discuss or to either negotiate his contract negotiations with the town administrator. And I have said from the beginning that this was weird because his contracts, he's not up for renewal, not even close. This is strange. And I was suspecting that they were negotiating his departure. So I believe that this could go very smoothly because this may have already been dealt with in those negotiations. If I'm right, that those negotiations, those contract negotiations with the town administrator, were to negotiate his departure, I think this will just be voted, okay, fine, take 2 seconds, it's over. There won't be, I don't think there'll be a discussion if that's the case. And I wouldn't be surprised. I have no complaint there, but the reason I called you here to do this agenda review is to give you that information, that I think that this is what this is all about, and how this relates, how this connects with those previous meetings where they had negotiations that made no sense unless he was going to quit or be asked to leave. One of the two was going to happen. And I think that's what that was all about. And if this goes smoothly, I'm right. Okay, discuss approve MOU for the treasurer collector. I'm not quite sure. She could be up for renewal. I don't know. Or they're making a change. I don't know. Discuss approve MOU for fire department positions. I don't know the details of this. I'll probably do a public records request because getting things, they very rarely update the website. So I'm going to probably do public records requests on all these MOUs. Um, as you may know, if you've been following me for a while or you know me personally, I was on EMT. They've changed all the letters around. These mean different things than they did when I was on, um, which I think may be part of this. But they're doing a new MOU for the EMTs and just the EMTs. So it has to do with job description as it states here. And there's, I think, EMTA now is EMT Advanced, EMTB is probably EMT Basic, and EMTP is paramedic. I haven't kept up with all that. When I was in, it was EMTA, which was a basic EMT, or yeah, they might have changed it to B. I don't remember, but I was an intermediate, so I was an EMTI. There's no such thing as an intermediate now. They've done away with that, and now it's EMT Advanced, which does a little bit more than an intermediate used to do. So it's all confused, but it's just a developing field still. And that probably needs to be updated in our job descriptions. This is probably cleaning house and fixing things up, and it will probably lead to pay raise, an avocation for pay raises to somebody, which they probably aren't. They've struggled over the last 20 years to get paid properly, and it's too bad. I don't know what they're getting paid right now. I'll find out, but I remember when I was on the select board and I was told what the EMTs were making, I was horrified. And I told them what I made when I was an EMT. And it's like, it hasn't gone up in many years, and this is so wrong. You guys should fix this. So we did actually when I was on the board. All right, discuss approved letter to police chief regarding contract renegotiations. Okay, that he's probably up for coming up to, what time is it here? Okay. He's probably coming up on his contract, maybe. Now this is funny. This is not funny, but in some ways it's hilarious if you've been following town hall for any length of time. Review, discuss unexpended ARPA funds. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we still have problems with the ARPA funds. Well, if they haven't, I hate to tell you this, if they haven't spent the money, they're going to be giving it back to the federal government. Thankfully, I hope that this has been properly accounted for and that the money is segregated from our budget. I'm sure accounting is handling this properly. But a year ago, Veronica realized that she lost $100,000 out of her budget in the housing trust. And now maybe that's what this also is. That the law is pretty clear, and I don't know that the federal government is just going to say, okay, never mind, keep it, don't worry about it. But the town has failed on documenting properly what they're doing with the old ARPA funds that we got during the COVID years. And I'm hoping that this is simply Veronica making another Hail Mary to get her $100,000 back. I hope that's all this is, and that we haven't discovered other ARPA funds that have not just delegated, but they just never got spent. Because they got like a week. I believe it's by calendar year, not fiscal year, because these are federal funds. They're on a fiscal year that starts October 1st, but yet doing things calendar year is, a lot of things in the federal government have converted to calendar year. The fiscal year hasn't changed, but the date that money really does move is back to calendar year. I'm not going to try to explain that any further. But I got to feel, because last year it had to be delegated or signed or whatever by December 31st, and they screwed that up. And so this year was probably the deadline to have it all spent. And I think we have a problem. I'm hoping that I'm wrong. I don't want to, I can be a pessimist, but I just hope that this is just Veronica Kell making another Hail Mary for her 100,000, which good luck to her. It's just, anyway, I'm not going to go down that road. We're getting late. We only got 10 minutes for the meeting to start, and I haven't pulled up the Zoom meeting yet. Okay, now this one is just disgusts me, pisses me off to no end. Review and discuss letter to the state regarding fire special municipal employee. In other words, this is the letter to the state to defend Gary Shepard with everything we have. And I hope that at least one member of the Board of Selectmen gets up and walks out of the room, because I see this as a total ethical violation to even have this conversation, because this is trying to defend Gary in his personal legal issues with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Ethics Commission, in which his status or lack of status in the past is a special municipal employee. And right, there isn't a letter in the land that would protect him. I could do a whole video. In fact, I got to do a video on the whole package yet. I just haven't had time. I've got so many other things going on here but this is garbage. And if they do it, they're just, I mean, Veronica's, I know, very loudly trying to do this. And last meeting made me sick. And I might put a bunch of videos of her saying really bad things that'll get her in trouble. I'm trying to advocate for this. But this is bad. For the select board need to stand down and just pass over this one, because if they do it as a board, I mean, it won't cost us as people, but anybody who participates in this conversation could find themselves on the receiving end of an ethics complaint from ethics. Ethics will be all over this if they send any such letter, particularly trying to call themselves the Board of Selectmen. I mean, that's not appropriate. They're giving their personal, no, this is so wrong. And town council has already told them not to do this. And Veronica doesn't give a shit about any laws. She wants everybody to be exempt from every law. With Townsend, she continually does that. All right, I got to move on because we got other things on the agenda. But this is bad. This is going to be worth watching. And it will be very telling about where this town is headed when it comes to ethics. And in the lawsuit, it's going to just be, when Veronica gets deposed, which she will be deposed in that lawsuit, it's not going to be pretty. She should bring a cardiologist with her. That's how bad I think it will be for her anyway, because she has been involved with this ethics thing since it started. And I think she is going to sink the town of Townsend badly. All right, we won't see her deposition. Those are private. All right, next item. VBCC, that's that volunteer board. I always forget what VBCC stands for. I think it's volunteer board something or other. I can never remember. All right. Recommendation for policy for new template forms for onboarding of elected and appointed officials. I could care less. I mean, I do care. I am watching this. I'm not a fan of too much. I mean, I'm watching. I don't dislike all of it. I think that some of the things that they're doing are good. It's good to have these conversations, but I'm a little, the hair standing up on the back of my neck on some of these things that they do, because it's a little bit of micromanagement. The next thing is the clarification of the Townsend First policy. This is either where Veronica Kell tries to say the Townsend First policy applies to everything, and we should remove all the things that it doesn't apply to from the policy. But If they do that, then they are violating state and federal laws regarding contracting and all this other stuff. I've been doing video. I did a video on the Townsend First policy, and I hope that they're not going to try to rearrange it to which they should get rid of it. This Townsend First policy harms the people of Townsend every possible way. It is financially bad. It harms the taxpayers. They should do away with it. And the townspeople, every one of you should be calling the Board of Selectmen and telling them so, because it just violates common sense. And it's obviously a free pass. It's a funnel to give Gary Shepard every possible job in Townsend to do that his company can do. And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. All right, we're running out of time. I'm going to leave that up for right now, but I got to go to the side here and find, oh crap. Oh, here it is. I got to find Zoom. I got to pull up the agenda again, not in front of you. I got to pull up the agenda on my phone. Oh, so I can get the codes. Got to get the codes. Give me the codes. Today is right here. Gotta plug in the meeting codes because I don't want the meetings to start without us. It's the whole reason we're here. Let's see. A couple more numbers here. Turn off my video, mute myself, change my name. Okay, back to what we were doing. Once that gets noisy, I'm going to have to stop reading this. Okay, then we're going to do a surplus. The fire department is playing games with their vehicles again, and they're retiring some of the vehicles, or they're declaring them surplus so they can sell them. Okay, transition plan and offboarding for town administrator. Then they're going to, I'm going to move this. I got to move this so I can, that's not going to work. Okay. Review and comment on the DLTA Economic Development Project Report. I'm going to skip over that in my discussion that's been discussed in other boards, and it should be a brief conversation. Then they're going to discuss, hopefully sign, finally, the trash contract with Shaw's. Veronica didn't win. They're going to sign the contract, my understanding. Okay. Select board and town administrator goals for 2026. Well, the town administrator has only one goal, and that's to get the hell out of here. Update on Comcast contract. All right, I'm going to call it. I'm going to quit now. They're coming in.
What time is it?
Well, you
I
didn't
said-
tell me the time slot. That's why it's not on there. I asked, and you said he'd be available anytime.
Well, that is true, but I can't just say, stick around for, a 4-hour block and I'll call you when I call you. Like,
So what time we do with him?
I told him between 3:15 and 4 o'clock.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Adam for the RFS.
I don't
Oh,
think
so
it'll be
maybe-
long. Let's get through,
Well, Okay.
I don't
This
have-
meeting is being recorded.
Hello, everyone. My name is Laura Schifrin, and I will call the meeting of the Select Board of December 18th, 2025 at 3 p.m. Order.
Howdy.
Roll call,
Veronica Cal present,
Valerie Goodrich present.
Laura Schifrin present,
remote,
remotely.
thank you.
Would you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to thank all of our veterans as well as those military currently serving here and abroad. I would also like to thank all of our emergency response people, all of our elected and appointed officials and their families for helping to make this community a better place. We appreciate all of you. Meeting is being recorded and will be
Laurie,
uploaded.
can I do a thank you?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to thank the troll under the Townsend trestle for sending me a link to the Finance Committee meeting for North Middlesex after our last meeting. At the point where I said I was unable to view the meeting. So I assume that the troll announced themselves at the Finance Committee meeting as recording the meeting. So I would just like to thank them for that.
Oh, thank you, Veronica. Val, did
You're
you have other thank yous?
No, not today.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate everyone. Pros and cons, we learn every day. There may be some additions or deletions, but I'll have to address that as we reach them. If the board is okay. Hearing no objection. 1.5, review and approve the meeting minutes of 12/8/2025. Is there a motion?
Valerie Goodrich moved to approve the meeting minutes for December 8th, 2025.
Veronica Cal second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal I.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
And Laura Schifrin, aye. We are going to go, if it pleases the board, out of order and going to go to executive session for 7.1. I don't have my motions.
Well, they should be right here, correct? Do you want to, or do you want me to read the motion? Either
up to
way
you.
is fine. Do you want me to read the motion, Lori? I can do that.
Please do. Sorry, I was never emailed the motions.
This is not it. This is the,
Valerie, did you get emailed the motions?
I'll just read,
Please.
I have them.
You.
I have them.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So this is for all three that we're doing? Is that my understanding?
no,
Just this one?
I think, are we going into them one at a time, Lauren?
Yes,
One
we're
and
going
two.
into them one at a time. And
Okay.
yes,
Are we going to come out and re-announce 7.2?
Yes, I think we should. Only because we have.
okay. Why don't you do the two of them?
Or
One
the
and
two?
Yeah.
No, Lori, we should come back out
You have to
after
come and then go back in.
and then go
Right.
back in, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Veronica.
Do you want me to read the
Or I
motion?
can.
I, Veronica Cal, as the vice chair, move to enter into executive session at 3:05 PM and to return to open session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiation with non-union personnel or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. In this case, it's the interim town administrator.
I, Laura Schifrin, second that motion virtually.
No, we're only going into one at a time so that we can come back out of purpose 2.
Okay.
All right, motion has been made and seconded.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
And Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you very much, everyone.
TCAM, we will be back, so just keep everyone in the meeting. Yep, we'll be back.
12:07 right now.
The recording has stopped.
I mean, you know what I mean.
Well, this is very interesting. I got to replay. I wish I can't replay it right now. I don't think, no, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, maybe I can do it on my phone. I got to see what Veronica said again regarding what they're doing right now. I think they said they're entering into contract negotiations with, I got to, wait a minute. Let me look at, I got to double check this agenda. I think they're really effing up. I'm going to address what Veronica said earlier too. This is really, I mean, this is, let's screw up. Let's see how badly we can, how much legal trouble we can get the town of Townsend into. I'm losing my mind. Where is it? I mean, they've gone into, hold on. I'm so worked up right now. Okay, executive session to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, the interim town administrator. They haven't appointed anybody to the interim town administrator. They can't go into negotiations with an interim town administrator whom they have not appointed yet. They haven't named that individual. I can't wait. I should start my open meeting law complaint right now. And I can't wait to rewind that little, I got to rewind it on my phone here. All right. Well, while we're here, I'm not gonna, it doesn't matter. I'm worked up now because this is really bad, people. I got to double check and make sure I'm not talking to myself. My mic is open. Good. That's a good sign. Okay. Let me go back. Oh, I know. I can't leave the Zoom meeting. Let me, I can leave the Zoom meeting actually without leaving the Zoom meeting. I'm going to pull, all right. I don't log out by doing that. So I'm going to bring up the agenda again so we can finish what I was talking about earlier. And we're going to finish going over to the agenda because there's stuff. There's real stuff here. Add to stage. There you are. Now, if I can find it again, here we go. Where did I leave off? Way a long time ago. I knew I should have started this video earlier. Okay. I got to goals. Okay, they came in when I started talking about the contract renewal. I guess this is just an update because it sounds like the contract renewal has not been completed yet. So this will be Veronica complaining again. Then we're going to do an update on the TCAM contract, which that's interesting. Yeah, I'll be. That's never mind. We're going to keep Comcast altogether. Review signed the lease agreement from the old harbor station and the old fire station. They never got around to doing this. We voted for them to do it in the spring, but they never did it. And because me and somebody else, I believe, has done public records requests that have not been met, have not been fulfilled, to get a copy of the lease because we voted to sign it at the town meeting. And this is why I think that's when they discovered they forgot. So, and then it's going to be I think a 30-year. I'm not sure. I don't remember, but we'll talk about it. Review confirm budgeting meeting dates with the FinCom. No, good luck. That's just going to be. I don't know if the FinCom's going to be. They didn't post, so I don't know. Oh, they're just discussing what the dates are going to be. I don't know. All right, discuss the lease agreement draft with Spalding Memorial School. Okay, no big deal. Review, discuss status of the North Middlesex Regional School District agreement. This is interesting. I'm going to blow this up into something bigger than it is. I don't know what they're planning with this, but I think, Veronica usually has these schemes to somehow put some controlling language. I don't know. I think this could be a lengthy, unnecessary conversation, or it could be simple. And with Veronica Kell on the board, it will not be simple. First reading of federal funds policy. So this is this must be Veronica, who wants a federal funds policy, so that when we get federal funds, they are going to be managed in a certain way. Then they're going to have a website content policy, so the select board can reduce the amount of information that is on our website now, I consider the website nearly unusable. There's only a few things that are even worth your time to look at. The calendar's good. If you need building permit, there's things there, you just can't find them. And it just sucks. Overall, the website sucks. And it doesn't suck because there's too much information. There's just not enough. And it's not organized in any kind of logical fashion that you have to know exactly where it's hiding. You have to know enough about town government to know where to even friggin' look. And if you don't, you're going to assume it's not there, and you're going to give up very quickly. And sometimes you can use the search feature on the website, but that doesn't always work. It works, it just doesn't give you what you're looking for. Sometimes it's better, you can Google. If you do a regular Google search on the plain old Google, the internet, your open page, you Google some document you're looking for in Townsend, it might come up because Google will bring up archived material. Surprisingly, you can't find it on the town website, but you can get archived material from wherever. Review, discuss setting date, opening and closing of the special town meeting warrant. Okay, we're having a special town meeting in February. And as I said before, I'm not happy with some of the things they're planning for that meeting, but we'll discuss that at a future date. Okay, we're going to get town administrator updates and reports. And here's the list, which Nelson, I want to thank Nelson for figuring this out. That his I think he overdid it, but that's okay. I'd rather have too much than not enough. But this is good. This is actually probably perfect. Um, but because of open meeting law complaints that I did, he now lists the topics that he's going to be bringing up in his updates and reports, which is proper. We should know in advance what's going on. And this really helps. So he's going to be bringing up fire EMS regionalization efforts. The board is trying to regionalize more things with the fire EMS. I don't know how successful that's ever going to be. And it will probably die a very slow death, painful death. School budget update. I think I already gave you that in a different meeting, but we'll see what they say. Department head meeting update. That'll be interesting. MS4 permit up. Oh, stormwater. Stormwater status of stormwater report. This is a very serious thing. A lot of times, whenever I first started hearing this term stormwater, I'm like, what is this all about? And I thought it was just a thing that the conservation or planning, or I think it's planning, has to do, and it's part of their process. But it is a very important regulated thing because of, well, partially because of climate change, but because of having to be prepared, both our private properties and government properties, government, even the roads and our thoroughfares and government owned property, that we have a place that if we get heavy rain and storms and these 15-foot blizzards, that, or five, one storm on top of another, where's all the water going? And this is pretty critical. All right, update on cybersecurity training. The town employees have been participating in cybersecurity training, and it's part of a grant. It's a free thing that the state offered to every single town in Massachusetts, and to get employees to participate in this. And what it does is they take training, and then they're tested by getting emails and things like that to see if they're going to use their training to identify something that could cause the town's computer to be taken ransom, or pay a bill that we don't have, things like that. And it's interesting. As I've read up on some of the things that are going on statewide, it's scary, but it's really good that this is happening, and I hope all of our employees are working with that. Status of the Townsend Facebook account. Nelson was supposed to have some progress made on that. I haven't heard anything, so I'm assuming he's going to try to get out the door without doing this. He's obviously not comfortable with this. He doesn't want anything to do with it. And what are they going to do? Fire him? No, he's out of here. Update on the dam study. We have a dam, Adams Dam. It's over by the trestle. Update on electric signboards. I don't know what that's about. But the electric signboards that flash all these messages on the common, and one down in the harbor to remind people to vote or not vote or whatever. Job openings, things like that. Update on the RDP contract and the grant checklist for Sustainable Materials Recovery Program. That's scrap metal, basically. Reports from board liaisons. General government. Okay. We're going to get the North Middlesex School update, DLT grant report on economic development, planning board update, updated 48 zoning act, and key changes. That's interesting. Water department update. Water department update? Interesting. Oh, I don't know what they're going to say. Oh, Lori's probably going to say something about that. Lori Schifrin is the liaison. I know that we are coming up with, they are going to be presenting next month the rate increase for the water. If you watch all my videos, you'd already know this because I did one on the water department meeting the other day, and that was a presentation on the rate increase. So pay attention, people. Announcements, communication, volunteer support forms, updated vacancy list for boards and committees. Neshoba Health Equity Partnership launch event. Neshoba Valley EMS funding announcement. Resignation of Colin Rose from the recycling committee. Okay. I don't even know who that is, but okay. Let's see, the Neshoba Health Equity Partnership launch event. They had a meeting. I think if these are the people, they had a meeting in air a few weeks back. I was going to go and I don't know what I did, but I didn't make it. Next meeting, blah, blah, blah. Review and sign payroll. Okay. Now we're going to get into what their executive sessions are going to be. 7.1 is what they're in right now, which I think is a giant problem, a real giant problem. And I will be filing, I believe I will be, depending, and I think it's just going to be enhanced when they come out and they make an appointment. I will be filing a mega open meeting law complaint about this. 7.2 executive session to discuss strategy with the lawsuit. This is the big lawsuit, people. The RFS versus Town of Townsend, and they're going to be discussing that. That should be lengthy, and these are going to be after the fact. We're not going to hang around for the second two. Those are going to be done after. As far as I can tell, there's no reason. Oh, wait a minute. There is a reason. They're going to go back. Oh, man. They have to come out of executive session now before they can go into this one. But Adam is going to be called into this. I don't think he's in on the contract negotiations now. But Adam is certainly going to be part of this. And Nelson had just said a little while ago that before the meeting started, actually, they were talking about Adam, the town council, and that he was going to be here. They were going to call him they told him between 3:15 and 4 o'clock. So, we're going to break, I know we're going to have to break out of the regular session. I'm going to have something to talk to you about. So, so there's that. Then they'll be in that for a long time. That's going to really screw us up. I'm going to have another plan. Okay. Executive session to discuss collective bargaining, strategy with collective bargaining with the AFSCME Local 93. And I don't remember maybe all the unions are in that one. I don't know. I don't remember who's in that union. They just said Local 93. Okay, so that's the agenda we're working under right now. And that's it. I am going to close that out, come up here, and come back at you. I'm going to remove that, and I got to pull up top screen, I'm going to bring up the Zoom meeting just so I don't forget. They're going to let us back in. Okay, so that's ready to go. So they're discussing the salary for our unnamed interim town administrator, who they've apparently selected and not done it publicly. They've done it outside of an open meeting. They've made a selection for an interim town administrator outside of a public meeting because they're negotiating with him right now in executive session, and he still remains nameless. So, they skipped over the selection process. This is a giant open meeting law complaint, and I think this one might actually cost them money. I keep saying the Attorney General is going to give fines out. I think this might be the one. I really think this might be the one that's going to create a fine, and I don't even care anymore. If they don't care, I don't care. The taxpayers, you guys can complain to them when the fines start coming in. And this board, I've never seen such continuous unlawful actions in my life. And it's costing the town dearly. The lawsuit that they're going to go into executive session about is disgusting. And this actions that they're taking with over the interim town administrator stuff is also disgusting. They needed to put a name on the agenda. They needed to have some kind of selection process on an agenda and do something in open meeting. Doing it outside of a meeting and outside of posting anything, just woof, we're negotiating a contract with no one, but they are negotiating a contract with a person, and when they come out of this executive session, they're going to go back and appoint him without having selected him, without telling anybody who it is. This is clearly written in the open meeting law, and it's making me sick. I'm just disgusted by this whole thing. I'm just sorry. I'm gonna look at my phone. Sorry. I know I'm shocked. I'm not shocked. It's just same shit, different day. It goes on and on. Anybody here has comments about all this, please put them in the live chat. If you know my private number, you can text me. But this is just nuts. So what else is going on here? Let me, I don't know. Okay. Tomorrow, I'm going to be, depending on the weather, I might not be around. I mean, the weather people keep telling us how bad the weather's going to be. So if it's really bad, I might not go anywhere. But I have some errands I have to run, so I might not be able to get a video out. If I do, it'll be in the evening. I don't think, are there any meetings? Are there any meetings tomorrow? That's a question. I don't think so. They're not fans of doing Fridays. The only Friday people I ever see is VBCC. But let's see. Nope, nothing tomorrow. Doesn't look like anybody's doing anything in Townsend until after Christmas. What is that? Oh, town hall. No, I don't want that. Yep. All right. So going into these holidays, it gets somewhat boring, but it won't be. I'll be busy doing my open meeting law complaint, and with two large components to it. I'm just, I can't, I mean, my head is spinning that they're actually doing this. I'm going to puke. I think I want to puke. I really do. You can't have contract negotiations with somebody that doesn't exist. You have that with a person, not a position. So it's killing me here. I just can't get over this board. Oh, the law? No. Oh, what law is that? Okay. All right. Good. We can break that one. Oh, that doesn't apply to Townsend. How come? Because we said so. We're just going to blow through it and see what happens. Veronica thinks she's funny, and I don't. And she's going to find out. What is that saying? F around and find out? She's effing around and finding out from the AG, the attorney, and this. I can't wait. I do not feel bad for her at all on what she's going to be going through with the deposition that she's going to have. I think she'll be getting deposed for days. Her deposition is going to last a while. If ethics gave a shit about her, they would have called her already and inquired about her involvement. Maybe they're planning something extra for her. I don't know. She's been involved. She's claiming she's taken credit for being involved with this from the very beginning in her defense of. Yes, I know. Somebody texted me. I'm glad it came across on my computer because I don't have to juggle all these things. Thank you. Yes, Veronica Kell thinks there's always a workaround. That was the message I just received. Yeah, she thinks there's some exemption. Townsend is entitled to an exemption to every law that exists. And we're going to hear more laws that she thinks we're exempt from. I'm hoping that Valerie walks out of the room on some of them. But unfortunately, she does listen to Veronica way too much. And, you know, you hate to walk out of the room because you're going to miss something. But she needs to just get the frig out of there on some of these things. I just can't take it. The the real thing that's going to come up, I have anxiety right now. My stomach has got this knot in it from the things that are on that agenda, and plus what they just did. I was thinking maybe they won't do this. No, they're going to come to their senses, right? Nope. They're not coming to their senses. I refuse to believe that Adam, our town council, told them to do this way. I don't believe for a second. I won't believe it. No. But on the agenda also we have the Townsend First policy. If you haven't seen my video on the Townsend First policy, I've even reposted it onto Facebook from when I did it. I think I did it last summer. And I went through word for word the Townsend First policy and explained, after the ethics complaint came out, I did the video on what the Townsend First policy is, because I know that some idiots think that the Townsend First policy gives Gary carte blanche to do any work on any contract in Townsend, and it's because his business is located in Townsend. The Townsend First policy applies that we can give Gary all the work we want without bidding, without putting anything out to bid, without following contract laws. If we put something out to bid, we can still pick Gary no matter what, because his business is in Townsend if everybody else isn't. And that was the purpose that the Townsend First policy was put into place, so that they could give Gary everything. That was Joe Shank's deal. Joe Shank has even, I think, I don't know what I did with it, but somebody sent me a screenshot, I think, of a couple, 3-4 months ago. I don't know. Time gets all stuck together for me sometimes. But that Joe Shank even brought up in the conversation about this ethics complaint and lawsuit that the Townsend First policy says that Gary is covered in this ethics thing. There's no contracting abnormality because the Townsend First policy says we can give it to Gary no matter what. And the Townsend First policy explicitly says that's not true, because it's illegal to do contracting in the manner that the Townsend First policy describes in the event, except for the way it does describe it. So if the town has work that they need to have done, or they have a service or product they need to purchase from a vendor, then the policy says, the Townsend First policy says we go to, if their businesses are in Townsend, they have priority. The only issue would be competition. But we're very small. We don't have too many businesses in town, so we don't have too much competition. There aren't two companies like Shepco. There aren't two water companies. Just one, owned by Andrew Shepherd. Really. And, there's one pest management company that's located in Townsend. I don't think the Shepherds have any financial interest in that company. There's, only one of these, and there's very few, it's a funnel for specific companies. It doesn't help the taxpayer at all, because there's no guarantee that we could be paying more because we're paying somebody in Townsend to do something, when if it were out to bid, then it would be competitive and the price would be better. And we would follow contracting laws all the way, not just, but this policy was to negate and trying to make us exempt from contracting laws as it applies to some of the projects. And it only covers things that are fully funded by towns' taxpayers. So it only screws us, the taxpayer. Number one, that is a fact. Two, if there are any grants or loans that need to be acquired to cover a project, like the state is giving us money for a particular project, or the federal government, or anybody else, and that would be the Greenville Bridge, the Greenville Road Bridge, and the water treatment facility, and everything associated with it was all being funded by loans and grants, and a lawsuit with 3M. So that's the PFAS lawsuit. That because those things are funded by other than the Townsend taxpayer, the Townsend First policy doesn't apply. It only applies to things that are 100% fully funded by town taxpayers only. If it goes outside of that, then you have to follow Chapter 30B and any, I don't know the federal laws numbers that cover contracting in that regard, but at a minimum, we have to follow the state contracting laws. And I'm really concerned that this having the Townsend First policy on the agenda is only going to be an attempt to try to find a way to say that all contract, it doesn't matter, that Townsend First has to apply to all contracts. And you can't, if they do that, I'm calling ethics myself, because, which actually I can't, just talking about a policy is not an ethics complaint. They have to actually do something. They try to enforce this. I don't know who I'm calling, but I'm going to do a very big video on it and maybe send a copy to ethics. I don't know, but I'm worried. My anxiety's already up. So this is making me more worried about what kind of stunt they're going to try to pull on the Townsend First policy, because they wouldn't put, if people were just, rumors were spreading, I don't think that they would be even waste their time having a discussion of this. But I think they're clarifying the Townsend First means they want to do something different, and I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about where they're going with this. I hope that they're really going to have the conversation that's the truth, which is what I went through on my video months ago, but we shall see. I have no idea. All right, never mind. Okay, this volume's off. All right. Yeah, what else is on the agenda? Oh yeah, I'm going to be going, one of my next videos, it'll probably now be Saturday. I don't know that I'll have it ready for tomorrow. I got the ethics document dump, or I got the document dump from ethics on the cases, and I'm going to go through some of those with you. There's one section, huge, that has a lot of interviews with people as part of their investigation. There's a few redactions. I think they're so limited, which you can't redact things without having a law to cover you. And so there's very little redactions, and I think they are just protecting people that have nothing to do with this, and as they release things into a public record. So I'm not worried about redactions that I've seen so far. In fact, I think it's so specific, the redactions, that I think I know who it is, which is fine. And they have nothing to do with this, and they shouldn't. It's proper for their redaction to be there, if it's what I think, which is, I'm confusing things for you. I'm sorry. But there are a number of pages missing, and the pages for all these interviews are out of order. They just, which I don't mind that they did this. Means I have to do some work. But reading through the interviews, the pages are not in the proper order. They skip like around by 20 pages here and page 47. I mean, I gotta dissect them. I gotta open my Acrobat thing and restructure the pages, which is just a pain in the neck. I mean, I don't mind doing it, but to see if I can get any air under there and try to make sense out of what's missing. They may have entire interviews missing, and my suspicion with that, I am suspicious, and when I'm concerned. That's the word I use. I'm concerned that there's more. Well, there's more to this investigation. They're not done, because what this records dump that I got from ethics was, I asked for a full disclosure of public records that were in existence on the day that I requested them. So they just did the announcement on Gary Shepard, so that doesn't mean they're finished with everything to do with Gary Shepard. They may still have some investigating going on. And there's also the potential possibility that there's more people going to be called on this. And I don't mean called to answer questions. I mean called to be charged. Because I believe that more people may be involved. I've made suggestions that there's conspiracies on to get Gary the contracts in the first place. So I think that there may be more heads to roll. And to me, some of it's obvious. I don't want to sit here and start naming names and make too many accusations. I've expressed concerns about certain people over the course of many of my videos because of their relationships with the people involved and some of the ongoing things in other boards. I'm concerned that some of this just isn't right. And what can I prove? Nothing. But if there's a full investigation by an agency whose job it is to investigate these things, they can get more access to more information than I can. I can only speculate on a lot and say, this doesn't look right, this doesn't smell right. And then following through, I think there's more people for potential to be accused of violating conflict of interest law as it relates to these cases. There might be even another case. I don't know. My evidence on my concern is that the Ethics Commission pulled out David Vijant back in June. I mean, and everybody in the town knew that this was happening because based on the records that I did get, the ethics records and the communication between everyone started months before June 18th. Months. And which was very telling. Oh, how about that? So there were all these conversations. So, and they kept it under the radar for a long time, quite well actually. And then when it broke, all hell broke loose. But then we were speculating and rumors took off, and I unfortunately participated in it. that Gary was off the hook, but then we found out a month or so ago that Gary's not off the hook, and Gary was being charged, and his is even worse. So that's one reason, that time period, and the fact that we had another person that was coming up, and then it went on, and there's missing pages. That if it's just Gary and David, I don't know why there's missing pages. Other than tipping their hand on the charges, but if they're going to be giving charges to Gary at some point, he's entitled to full discovery, which would include everything that is in the ethics dump. So I think that there's a potential for more names to come up, and I've spoken about, as I said, I've spoken about conspiracies over the years that this has been this case really goes back to 22, and so over 3 years. So I think that more heads are going to roll, because I think there may be conspiracies between other people to make sure Gary got this work. And I've got to go through that paperwork dump to review more closely what is there. Because I think it might not be spelled out, but if I put the pages in order, it might point me in more directions. I'd still be speculating on who they would be. And I'm not going to go there, because there's a point where, everything, as far as I believe, everything I've shared on this channel, on YouTube, I've been completely within my rights to say. I've given my opinions, I've reported the news, and I've given my editorial comment, which I have every right to do. And I have the right to complain about my government, and all these kind of things. But when it comes to accusing people of some criminal activity without having a lot to back it up, there is slander. There's a point where I might cross that line, and I might not. I mean, it might not be true. I don't need to push the envelope. I just don't. So we can just leave things as the evidence starts to come in, and I can start saying, well, what was this person doing? I can ask those questions I'm not accusing them of anything bad. I'm just saying, what were they doing there? What was this about? Why did they do this? Well, what about that? I can do that. I just don't have enough to do it today. I want to have a little bit more backup. I think I have the documents to do it. I just haven't studied it enough. So, but I suspect that there's going to be more names coming up out of ethics. And we're going to do the whole round with the Herald, the Globe, the Sun, NBC 10. NBC 10 should open a satellite office here in Townsend, don't you think? They might want to by the time we're finished. Then let's see, what else am I doing? I got to put together, I'm waiting for my public record on the snow and ice report for November. I haven't received that yet. I'm hoping. I have to count the days. Sometimes, depending on who's giving me a document, sometimes they wait till the 10th day to give it to me, rather than just give it to me when they have it. They just want to be a pain in the ass. Sometimes, and sometimes I get things within minutes. Sometimes I'll get a public record request fulfilled within minutes, because it's right here. I'm just going to send it to her now. Then it's one less public record request you have to deal with. Just give it to me. Whoever's making a request for something, why do you make it so damn difficult? I'm getting ready to sue the town on one, I really mean to. When this is over, I gotta call my lawyer. Their office is on the West Coast. the lawyer's here, but the office is on the West Coast, so I'll be calling them in a few hours. To see where we stand on things, because it's not a good place. What else is going on? Okay, I did the open meeting law complaint on Todd Melanson last night. I don't know who's in the chat. Come on, give me. What do you want me to talk about? Send me a text. What am I not talking about? Who's running for selectman? Who's running for select board in April? Veronica Kell is up for re-election. I deplore you not to vote for her. Please, if she runs again, vote for somebody else. I mean that. I mean that. I mean that. I really mean that. And I want to start by saying we voted on a petition at the town meeting last spring to go to a 5-member board. That has to be backed up by a vote at the municipal election in April. So we won't be voting for those other 2 members in April. It just has to be a ballot question on the municipal ballot that you're going to vote to say, yes, we want to go to a 5-member board. So between now, I'm going to start again now, and as we go for the next 3 or 4 months, I'm going to be repeatedly reminding you of that, the importance to this. And with the craziness, the difficulties that this board is having, I think, please, it's so much evidence that we need a 5-member board. And I'll be telling you why between now and April, reminding you to please go to the ballot and vote yes. I know Valerie has been advocating for it, and as well. Oh, we're coming back. I do believe we're coming back. Maybe. Timing is weird. I wonder if somebody in that room is watching my live stream. Well, they weren't watching while they were in executive session. I don't know. I'm getting paranoid now. All right, I'm going to add this to the stage here, so you can see what I see. They told TCAM to bring the group back in session, but they're still not. They're not fully there. We shall see. Well, I still have your attention. I'll keep talking about the 5-member board. But you have to remember from last year that we had 2 select board members quit within a month of each other. The third one quit a month after that, which completely separate reasons, which a 5-member board would not have helped that. But if we had a 5-member board,
TCAM will be reconvening shortly once they have the camera on in the meeting room. Thank you.
so
Laurie, yeah, I'll start the recording as soon as they get the camera up and
Okay. Cindy, can you, I can't remember when I said, should I say that?
what?
I'm asking if I asked during 1.3 that the meeting was being recorded and will be uploaded to YouTube. Did I ask if anybody else was recording? I don't remember. I'm
No, you
sorry.
did not.
Okay, is that an open meeting law violation?
No,
that I
it's not.
didn't-
No, in fact, that's not required by the open
Oh.
meeting law. That's just something Townsend does.
Oh, okay. So I didn't want you to be offended either.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not, but that's not a requirement. The requirement is actually it's not it's unenforceable, but it's because there's no consequence if we don't. But if you have to announce that the meeting's being recorded, and that covers what's in the wiretap law. But then, which so it doesn't matter who's recording, just that it's being recorded. And then the notification is really the open meeting law just says that before the meeting, and it's regarding the placement of equipment in the room. So, which I don't have any equipment in the room that's going to disrupt the meeting, so it's kind of silly. But there's no enforcement, and I think town council has recently ruled on that as well. So,
Thank you.
Do you have the dot of,
Um,
of Kieran's?
yeah,
Hi, Lori. Can you hear and see us? So I think we should go.
And I've already told them as soon as you guys are in we can start the recording.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, everyone, thank you for your patience. And we are reconvening the general meeting at 3:57 p.m. Do I need a roll call vote to reconvene?
I think I have,
Valerie Goodrich present.
Veronica Cal present.
Laura Schifrin present via virtually.
Maybe it goes with that.
I'm gonna say some.
I'm sure you had this wording.
So
Maybe I don't.
Adam is waiting for us, so I think we should go into 7.2. I know we have a 4 o'clock for the health insurance, but we can, the health insurance can wait a little bit.
Okay,
Lori, did you want to go to 3.4?
Do you know the wording?
I'm gonna do 3.4 first, and Veronica.
All right, I'm announcing this for the chair. After meeting an executive after meeting an executive session, the select board can report that we are not taking any votes today, but contingent upon finalizing the terms of the agreement with town council review, which will be voted on at a subsequent meeting during open session. We intend to vote on the appointment of Kieran Meehan as the interim TA candidate and as interim town administrator. So this will happen at a subsequent meeting, most likely next week, early next week.
Okay, Veronica, thank you for the report. And
It's a little bit different than this.
is Adam online?
He's gonna be at the executive session. I sent you the link, Lori. So we'll jump out of open and go into executive, and Adam will be there waiting for us.
Okay, I apologize everyone who's in attendance for the interruptions here, but we will be going into executive session. Again, 7.2, Veronica, would you read the motion, please?
I, Veronica Kell, Vice Chair, move to enter into executive session at 4 p.m. and to return to open session pursuant to open meeting law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, namely RFS Corporation versus Town of Townsend, on the litigating position of the board, and the chair so declares. So Laura.
I, Laura Schifrin, Chair, so declare.
Seconded.
Valerie Goodrich.
Valerie Goodrich, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
And Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you again, everyone.
The recording has stopped.
Did I send that?
All right, here we go again. Let me, wow. They're back in executive session again, this time to discuss the lawsuit. Oh my gosh. They're going to be in there, I think, for a little while. While they're there, let's see, I'm going to just speculate here. What are they meeting on this about? There must be communication between the attorney for RFS and our town council in order to provide any update to the Board of Selectmen, the Select Board. I'm always hopeful that our board will come to their senses and agree on a settlement, because our ship it's already sunk. There's no way we would prevail in a court of law on this case, and I can't even comprehend the potential. What if we go to trial, and the cost of going to trial will far exceed any common sense, and it's best to just settle it by some and let the insurance pay what they will, and hopefully that is the case. I'm going to assume that Adam Costa, our town council, will be reminding the board of that, and to just fight this lawsuit is ludicrous. But I think, Veronica is adamant that they did nothing wrong, and they're wrong. They're wrong about that. And we're liable, as a town, we're liable for it because of the contract abnormalities. It's just bonkers to fight this. But what's going on? What do I think is going on with the process? I think that they've got to be doing some form of discovery, getting the documents, their own document dump. I'm hoping that the Board of Selectmen, I know council must have it. Well, maybe not. No, they would have it as part of the lawsuit. Our town council has absolutely nothing to do with the ethics complaints at all, and they won't touch them. But I'm assuming that the same document dump that I have is in the hands of both attorneys, both for RFS and for our town council, as part of discovery, because that falls under discovery in the civil action. So, and those are damning. It's David even confesses a couple times. I think I already read some of that to you in a previous video. But boy, I'm talking too much here. Wow. I got coffee, water, I got everything here. But there's documents. Okay. Thank you. Cool. I just got good information. Thank you. I'm ready for more stuff. All right. So what's the train of thought? Okay, so the exchanging documents is going on between the attorneys, and before long, once they get to some state of being, that conversation about we should settle now is what would happen. And that could be where we're at, that the documents could have changed hands between the attorneys. This is what the lawsuit's going to look like. Here's your discovery. And, well, let's talk settlement. So I think that could be very well where we're at. Discovery kind of, there's finality to it, but there's not. It's still, the door's still open for new stuff, which I think could still come. If ethics is going to go after more people, like I suspect, then there'll be more documents in the lawsuit, because that's all part of the lawsuit. The lawsuit is about the whole thing. So the more information that RFS has against the town, the better. for them. So I think, yeah. But after the document exchange, the discovery exchange, is depositions. If the town is going to continue to fight this, if the town does not want to concede, then there'll be depositions. And that's where I suggest that Veronica Kell bring her cardiologist. I don't know if she has a cardiologist, but she's going to need one. Because they're going to grill her pretty bad, because she has proudly announced so many things in open session starting in 2022 to now that I can't even begin. I've wanted to go back to all those meetings and start taking clips, and I haven't had the time. But I know that I know a lot. I can actually remember some of the conversations, but I wasn't thinking much about them. And I think I've been kind of surprised that anything came of it, the whole thing, because they just were so uninformed about how to do what they were doing. So we shall see what happens. But the depositions, I think, would be next, and those would start after the first of the year, I'm certain, and would involve anybody who's ever been on the Board of Selectmen, not ever, but since this started. So Chaz, Veronica, and Joe. I don't think if they deposed Teresa, it would be for about 2 minutes, because I don't think she knows anything about this. But then it would be our town administrators, Eric, Ross. I think it's all Eric and Ross through that period. I think Jim was already gone, or he might have been there at the very beginning, but I'd have to check. Maybe not. Who else came on the board? Well, I guess that's it, really, because then it was Veronica and Lori, and now Valerie. Valerie, if she got deposed, it would just be for a few minutes, because she had no involvement. Just what's happening now. I think it's important to depose everybody that's serving now, because they're talking about things and they're doing things as it relates to this case or the contracting. So some of the nonsense that they're saying in meetings is pretty frightening, or has been over the last 6 months. And that's all the evidence. So I think people will be deposed. Veronica will have the longest deposition. I would be surprised if ethics hasn't talked to her already, or if they expect to. I think she would just shoot herself in both feet if she did talk to ethics. I'm sure she wants to talk to ethics to tell them that they don't know what they're doing, because that's how people like Veronica operate. I don't know. So, yeah, so the depositions will begin, and I think there'll be other town hall officials. Oh, anybody that's ever been on the Board of Water Commissioners will be deposed, including Todd, Nate Matala, Jess Fanioli. Who else? Is that it? That might be it for this time period. But I think there'll be quite a bit to happen. While we're here, I do have a few minutes. Oh, gosh, I'm stiff sitting here. Let's see. I'm going to go over, if I can, am I on the right page? All right, I'm going to see if I got, is this just, God, I haven't seen that in a long time. I don't need that either. Let's see. I want to go to masscourts.org and look up if there's any more filings. I haven't done that lately. I know somebody's going to be in a race with me to get it. I can't find the tab. I got too many tabs open. Let's see, where am I going? Superior Court, Middlesex. Town of Townsend. I spelled it wrong. Yes, filed on 9/29. Let's see. Ooh! Wait. Oh no, I've already seen that. Never mind. They just added I saw this already. They just added an attorney appearance. Nothing new. I guess that means they're still moving along. RFS is not dropping this lawsuit. What can I say? While I'm here, I'm just gonna... No. Let me just see if anybody's suing us in district court. That's always fun. Oops. I find out, I do searches in the district court from time to time. Nothing new. Nothing new. The last thing in district court was 3 years ago this month. I think. Oh, yeah. The trash lawsuit was not, the guy didn't file it right. So that's not there. All right, I'm just going to close it out. I'm going to close a tab. It's not like me to do that. So anyway, we're going to be here for a while. I'm just, I don't know. I think they're going to lose out on their health insurance presentation because they told them 4 o'clock. And they're going to be in this executive session for a while. I don't want to leave. I don't want to shut this down. What else is going on? Somebody tell me something. Let me see. Well, one thing I can do. I don't know who that is. Oh, okay. This will make it easy. I don't have the other stuff in front of me, darn it. Okay, somebody just sent me a text asking me if I'll let my audience answer this. Any updates on the open meeting law Todd debacle? Yes, I did a video last night. I thought you saw that one. But there won't be any further news on the open meeting law complaint for about 4 months. That's how long the AG takes. So, but I did a whole video on it last night. So you can, when this is over, if this meeting ever ends, you can go back and watch that, or you can watch it while we're waiting here for the executive session. Turn up the speed to 2 and watch me squeal. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, don't leave. Stay here. And then go back later or tomorrow. I just went through my response and all that other stuff. And which I guess I've heard that was entertaining. So I'm looking, I just realized while we're waiting, I just did a quick check to see if I had received. I'm reaching for anything right now. I've received any public records request responses, and I did get the snow and ice for November. That doesn't finalize anything with snow and ice, but it tells me that we've spent All right, we've spent this year okay. This is the first. I just want to verify and make sure that this is the first month of the year. Yes. This is the first month of the season for snow and ice reports. November was. So we've spent 29,000 already. Or in November. We've spent more in December because, as you might recall, the snowstorm was in December. So the November expenditures were only in prep. One was equipment repair. They spent $500 on equipment repair, and they bought salt and sand. They bought the chemicals that's listed under salt, but it's all the same. $28,469.40. So we spent 29,000 without any trucks leaving the highway department. So this is going to be probably more than double for December's. So I'm going to be watching this, and I keep bringing up the snow and ice report, and I'm sure that most people in town barely even know what that is. So what time is it? Most people probably don't know what the snow and ice report even, what's the purpose of this? And it's to keep tabs on what it costs to deal with winter, the cost of winter, and what the highway department does with salting the roads, plowing the roads, and keeping our roads open and all this kind of stuff. And that is a very expensive endeavor, and it's mandatory. We can't say, oh no, we got to cut their budget. We're going to stop plowing. They talked about doing that last March. That was a big suggestion by Lori Schifrin, wanted to stop plowing or doing anything after hours. It's like, well, that's when most of it's done, people. And you just can't, because people will die. People will die if we just, death. We will kill people. And it's not simply about convenience. It's people will die. God help me. So it's mandatory. And we've level funded the last couple years. And so the deficit has gone right through the roof. And for the last couple of years, it just keeps going up on a graph. I'm putting all the numbers into an Excel spreadsheet so that I can do my own Excel spreadsheet, checking the numbers, checking the formulas, but I want to do a graph to show you what's been happening and to prove, mostly to the Board of, well, I proved to the taxpayer, but prove to the Board of Selectmen, or the Select Board, I keep calling it the wrong thing, that they can't screw around with this special town meeting and expect to be spending, when we get the free cash number, which I got to find out. If we've gotten that number and they haven't publicized it, I'm going to be really pissed. I can look up from DOR to see. I don't think we've gotten it yet. They could have, but I'm going to look that up. Because we're probably got such a deficit, I'm anticipating a $400,000 deficit as at the end of winter, which we cannot declare winter over until the end of April, because you still have ice that shows itself with condensation, the dropping temperatures in the evening and the morning, and even if it doesn't snow. If it snows, that even makes it worse. Last year, the Board of Selectmen declared winter over, I think in March. And they ended up spending quite a bit more money, so they didn't have any free cash left. And they had to do really bizarre emergency transfers. They just do not have that luxury this year. And I'm based on my projection, which is not crazy. It's not like I don't know what I'm talking about. We were over $300,000 deficit last year, and we have not increased the budget this year. Everything goes up every year. It's all gone up. And I can make, when I pull up the November of last year's report, which I might be able to do if this meeting takes any longer. But I could see what it costs, what we spent in the same time period for salt. That's the only expense that they've had to speak of for November. That will tell me what prices have done. And then I'll have to watch it each month to go over it. But because we level funded, knowing that everything's going to go up, the costs of everything we're using for winter operations is going up. It's going to be well over the 300 and some odd dollars we were in deficit at the end of last year. So I am saying a good faith budget number to be prepared to transfer into the snow and ice from free cash needs to be 400,000. So I'm very concerned about the special town meeting coming up in February, because I know it's Veronica Kell's shopping list, and they just can't spend. I prefer that they spend nothing. I'm starting to get rumblings from the peanut gallery, not today, not now, but that some people are telling me that there's other things that might be worth buying. And it's like, well, we'll see. It depends on how much free cash we actually get, because we might not be able to take care of anyone's wish list. We might not be able to do that at all. As I sit here today, I'm saying I don't think it's fair. I think it's a fair assumption that we should take no action on any Marty articles because of the snow and ice deficit. And in the 400,000, if there's only 100,000 beyond the 400,000 left over in free cash, trying to spend that on what? I think everybody should just hold on to the things that they want, their new toys and new shiny things. I want this. Should wait until the spring special town meeting. I have there's a couple of exceptions. One, somebody talked to me about. I'm not going to mention it right now. But there's one I might, because of the contracting, the benefits, if there's enough money, is the ClearGov. I don't think, to kick it off, I don't think it's expensive. I had 30,000 down, but that's high. The numbers that they were actually talking about the last time they talked about ClearGov was less than that. But I think it's beneficial to the town if we have the money, and it's a domino effect. It helps exponentially to get that on board as soon as we have it. So that might be something to purchase. My other concern, though, that's my shiny thing, I guess. It's a couple people's toy that they like. I am concerned that our regular budget may actually be in deficit. In fact, they're negotiating salaries and things. They need to fund that. And it's not funded. We coming back? They're coming back. I think they're coming back. Let me see. We have movement. We have movement. They're back on the screen. Kind of. I'll pull them up in a moment. But I'm afraid that this year's budget might be, that we might have other things in deficit other than snow and ice. Snow and ice is okay to be in deficit, but you still have to use free cash to pay it off. And that's,
We will be in 2 seconds. I'm just waiting for Lori to sign back on.
Found the cake.
Someone brought it to me.
It was Melissa that brought it.
That was quite nice.
And I was just sitting here and suddenly there was cake.
I mean, that's nice.
I'm gonna have to declare it as like, 25 cents present maybe.
I don't know. I think you're good.
I think I'm good.
It's a shared cake, so
Exactly.
as long as we share it
Well,
with
the
the
staff-
staff,
the
it's not a
staff-
conflict.
The staff
And
made it.
it's not a $50 cake, I can tell you.
Staff made it.
We're just waiting to come back into session.
Yeah, we're waiting for Lori, the chair, to jump back on. She's out of state and remote tonight. Okay. It's fine.
That's a
I
hate
wasn't
time
gonna
right
eat it,
there.
but no matter, I have to.
Mhm. Well, now we've made such a big deal
I know, I
out of the
know.
cake. It has to serve a purpose now.
It's a beautiful building.
Yeah.
It is very nice, yeah. If you have time afterwards, I'll show you. It's really pretty from the balcony.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Oh, I've not seen
because you haven't been in Great Hall, right?
No.
Yeah, I'll show you the hall afterwards.
Oh, thank you.
This cake reminds me of the.
This meeting is being recorded.
See how much cake you get through?
And welcome to the roller coaster day we're having. Sorry for any delay bringing us to our 4 o'clock appointment. I'm reconvening our general session, and who would like to make the motion so I can roll call vote for the reconvening?
I make a motion that we re-enter open session at 4:28 p.m.
Veronica Cal second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye virtually. And welcome to Callie and your insurance.
So may I? I'm going to do something I don't think I've ever done before. I'm going to read off a page of notes because I was literally just putting these numbers together as Jennifer and Bill, who are from Combined Insurance, were on their way here. And so I usually would be more prepared than this, but we have a very short amount of time and I want to boil down a lot of this into the crux of what I believe the select board here would want to know. And then I will hand it over to Jennifer and Bill. So the costs continue to rise with an anticipated increase. The conservative projection would be 13%, and that's what these numbers are based on. Tonight, I believe in SharePoint, and maybe Sabrina printed them out. We presented 4 different simulations. All of them were projected from employee data over the past 3 years. All of them include the 13-year projection or increase, and all of them include 4 separate enrollment thresholds at which to determine the savings, the potential savings. First off, let me just say that I'm quite disappointed in the variance between our standard plans and the pricing for the high deductible plans. We expected those quotes to be far lower. That said, as you can see from the spreadsheets, we've worked these numbers up and down, come to the conclusion that it isn't feasible for the town to contribute toward the cost of supplemental plans for employees who enroll in high deductible plans, which from the last meeting you might have recalled was part of the intent. However, adding high deductible plans to our lineup of offerings is always a good idea. It's advantageous for the employees when not involved, the union's involvement. I first ran simulations on deductibles of $750 and $2,250. If you're looking at the spreadsheet, you'll see that didn't hardly make a dent at all. I then ran
numbers on deductibles of 1,000 and 3,000. That looked a little better. And I also ran simulations on contributions on the town's part of 75% versus 70%.
Can I just say, I think that 75% is contractual.
Well,
With
so
the
yeah,
unions.
I was just going to get into that. So
Okay.
of the 4 spreadsheets, I'm going to ask you to disregard the 2 that refer to the 750 and 2250 deductibles, and the 4th spreadsheet, which includes a reduction in our contribution from 75 to 30, because as Veronica pointed out, that may be contractual and would involve the union. So now we're looking at numbers for deductibles of 1,000 and 3,000 with our split that we have now, 75 and 25, and this would be an addition to our products, not replacing anything. So if you look at the last page on the 3rd spreadsheet.
So we're saying everybody would still have access to the same plans.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, if they
This
wanted
would
to
be
stay in
an-
their standard plan, they could.
This is just an additional option.
An additional option, which would save them a little bit of money by the end of the year, and would save the town some money too. It's not going to save as much as our increase is going to be for our costs over the previous fiscal year, but it's going to mitigate some of those costs.
And what percentage increase are we expecting?
13% is what I projected it. That's the projection for calendar year 26 for those plans that are coming out now. For fiscal year 27, it could change between now and then. Right now, if we were doing this as of January, the projection would be pretty solid. I looked at several sources and it would be approximately 13%, a little lower than I thought actually. I know last year we were looking at maybe 20. We negotiated it down to 13.59, so we're very successful with that. But I think 13 is a very conservative projection. It could be higher than that. I doubt it will be lower. But if you look at the last page on the 3rd spreadsheet, the increase over fiscal year 26 is projected as, well, I shouldn't say is projected. These are my projections. I could own them. I project that they would be approximately $190,000 increase, and that the FY27 projected cost in whole would be approximately 1.4 million. That is to assume nobody moves into one of the high deductible plans, and that is to assume very similar enrollment. So I took the last 3 years and averaged the enrollment and then just slid them over. And you can see from the sheet, sorry, I know I'm rushing through this, but that there are different thresholds here. So if 20% of employees converted into one of these high deductible plans, we would save approximately 15,000. Not a
Do you
whole
have
lot.
numbers on that somewhere?
Yeah, on page 2 at the top, under the 20% on spreadsheet 3, on the right-hand side. There's a projected overall cost of 1.388 million. And
20%.
so that's if 20% of our employees converted into one of the 1,000 or 3,000 deductible plans, and those projections are based on our actual enrollment, and then an averaging of so projected enrollments. So they're very conservative. And then if you jump, like, there's also a 30% threshold, a 50% threshold. If 70% converted, it would be approximately 51,000 a year that we would save.
Okay, can I ask about the savings? It's because the cost of the plan is less expensive
Less expensive to the town, right?
to,
And to the employee.
and to the employee.
And to the
And so if they elected, the plan that we're talking about today, in addition to the high deductible plan, they would get additional coverage, which is what you're gonna tell us about. And the high deductible plan, is elective, therefore it's not something that the town is obligated to cover. Is that true?
Right, right. Yes, so this would be a voluntary supplemental plan that we would encourage the employees to purchase to bridge the gap and some coverage perhaps, and they can use it to pay towards the higher deductibles. So I don't have those numbers with me, but I did run a scenario where an employee who was with New England, Blue New England, in an individual plan, chose the $1,000 deductible plan, and then added, I think it's $15, is that correct? Something
It
like
was like 50, I think $18, $15 or $18 a month for the hospital
for the
coverage.
hospital coverage. So that would cover the deductible, which normally they would be paying $250. So really the $750 you had, right? And then the difference in the monthly cost of them is not going to change all that much, except that everyone's going up 13%. But so that would equalize the cost and cover any gaps in coverage and cover deductibles. And I have a whole lot more to say, and if you have questions, but I think that's a nutshell of the most important, pertinent details that you probably need.
Did you say, I just want to, for clarification, maybe I didn't hear it correctly. Did you say that the premiums are going up 13%?
Well, that's a projection. That's what I projected. That's what I'm projecting. And so that's what these calculations are all based on. And all the, on the front of the pages, you can see the cost-based projections, what they're based on here, and what the employee data enrollment projections are based on, all very conservative. You know, I mean, if it costs more and it goes up more, we save more because the high deductible plan should help us with that. So I think, you know, there might be an even further savings, even though overall we're spending more. But without it, the projected increase is as it is 13 or 20 or whatever it might be as of July
Okay.
2026.
Any other questions from the board?
I guess I'm just looking at, this is on your page 1. So we have 70 employees who are benefit eligible. Is
Mhm.
that correct?
Yes.
Even though we have 186 employees.
Right.
So 116 of them are under the 20-hour per
Yes.
week mark.
Mhm.
Okay. So of those 56, of the 70, 56 elect to take benefits.
So last year, that's my projection, and that's based on, if you look on the last page of the thing, so we have fiscal year 24, so, and these are as of October 31st of each of 23, 24, 25, and so if, so we have fiscal year 24 actual is 56, and 25, fiscal year 25, 58, fiscal year 26, 53, and I projected 56 for fiscal year 27, excuse me.
Okay.
Else?
And if there are no other questions about the numbers, I'm happy to meet with any of you individually. If it's not a discussion about doing anything with them, I can just explain the numbers to you individually. But I know the next person needs to be somewhere. So if I could turn it over to Jennifer and Bill,
Sure.
and they could tell you about what they have to offer.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for your time. So Callie and I have been working for a number of months on what Combined can do. We are a Chubb company. You might be familiar with Chubb. Many, or not most, towns use Chubb for some of their coverages. One of the things that I had brought to Callie as an idea is we do have, and what we would like to offer, and these would be voluntary for the employees. We do have a hospital policy that is very affordable, that people could get, and we would sit down with employees, go through their different options, including perhaps some of their health insurance options, to make sure they understand that they could see cost savings on their side if they get something like a hospital policy, which will help them defray the deductibles if they were to be hospitalized. So one of the things we would like to do as a service to the town is help educate, and perhaps that helps encourage employees to feel more comfortable going to a higher deductible plan, which at the end of the day will also mean the town has lower cost as well. It's health insurance, which seems to be driving the biggest increases in cost across the board, not just for towns, but for private businesses. We also are hoping to become your preferred supplemental carrier. We have other options that people can choose outside of the hospital policy. I believe you may be using another carrier that offers these. Ours do tend to offer the coverage at a reduced cost to employees. Also, that offers a few more, let's say, bells and whistles as well, because we are Chubb. The most popular type of policy would be the accidental injury policy. A couple of features of ours that is different from what we see with the other carriers. First of all, if we are coming in and doing open enrollment in May for a July 1 date, when people sign up with us for the accident policy, that day they have coverage. Other carriers don't do that. There's a wait. We also offer a health and wellness benefit with that. So any year that they go get, seek a just basic physical, we will send them money. And that covers themselves and any covered family members. And we also offer folks a benefit if they end up injured enough that they had been hospitalized in a rehabilitation center. We do offer some payments for when they go home for up to a week of further recovery at home. So those are some of the benefits of it. Probably the one I should mention even the most is our disability policy is really top in class. Again, we see that usually folks who get this see cost savings, but our policy has a few things to it that we don't see with our competitors. One is elimination period absolutely waived. So when somebody is hospitalized or going for outpatient surgery, whatever elimination period they have is waived, and we actually pay them from day one. I will mention that this is really good for the women, the younger women in your employ, who might be going out on maternity, because the other plans out there, the maternity is considered an illness. And so there's always a week to 2 weeks elimination, depending on what somebody chose, that they are not paid for their time out. But with us, a woman who's going to be hospitalized for giving birth, she's going to get her disability payment from day one with our coverage. And we also offer a 50% payment if somebody's going out because of a mental health or substance abuse issue. So if somebody's monthly benefit with us was, say, $4,000 a month, if they were going out because of a mental health or substance abuse issue, we're actually going to pay them $2,000 a month.
And I would like to add too that the other providers don't offer that particular thing.
Yeah, I'm not even sure they offer the day one coverage, but they certainly don't offer that. And then on the critical illness side, our policy is, again, top in class. I tell folks you can think of it as your own personal GoFundMe on steroids, because you choose how much of a lump sum amount you would want to receive if you got diagnosed with cancer, heart attack, stroke, and a host of other critical illnesses. But it's really a triple benefit. So if somebody gets a benefit that's $25,000, it's actually putting $75,000 in reserve to help them out financially when they have another diagnosis or have recurrences. So these are the policies we would love to bring in and offer the town and employees. Again, this would be voluntary for them, but it will help them fill those gaps so that we can explain to them how they could feel more comfortable saving money on the health insurance side as well. And then the other thing I will just quickly mention that I've been talking to Callie about, which is for our organizations, towns, businesses, where we are their preferred supplemental carrier, we do offer Employee Navigator. It is a full HRIS system, and we offer it at no charge permanently. So as long as we are working with the town to be able to talk to and meet with employees, this is something that we would offer at no charge. And this is actually great savings for the town because these kinds of systems usually run tens of thousands of dollars a year.
40 to 60,000. Also, our current provider did at one point offer us the exact same product, in fact. And as I'm told, the town tried it. For whatever reason, didn't use it. They didn't have HR at that point either, so probably didn't need to. And I've asked several times, but they insist that should we resurrect it, so to speak, that we would pay a monthly per employee charge. So like a householding charge or a user charge, not user charge, but how many employees. So that's disappointing, and they'll offer it to us for free indefinitely. So that's clearly some motivation for the HR department, but that's not why we're here today. It is an added bonus. I don't want to discount that. But the intention originally is just to save the town some money on skyrocketing healthcare costs. And if HR gets something out of it, that's great too.
So there's no look back on these. There's no pre-existing condition issue, which I know isn't allowed so much anymore, but that could change, who knows. So in other words, if you were to go with the regular plan, not the HDP plan, could you also purchase this if you so chose?
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. So employees can get these policies regardless of what health insurance plan they choose. Part of what we would hope to do is be able to talk to employees and explain to them how, hey, if you get this policy or these two policies and it's going to help you fill those gaps for those higher deductible plans, let's look at that because you might save some money on your end going to a higher deductible plan too. And when we have the conversations with employees about that and take a look at that with them, it'll ultimately, if some folks step up to a higher deductible plan, it will help the town, but there's no requirement that people step up to a higher deductible plan. They may just want to get this kind of coverage because they're all kinds of things that don't get covered, right? Particularly when something more critical happens.
And one of the benefits of these products is they don't necessarily have to be used to cover those gaps. They can also be used to cover their everyday living expenses. So if someone's out of work for a period of time, they don't have money coming in, they can use that cash to pay their mortgage, pay their rent, their car insurance, put food on the table. There is no restrictions. And a lot of these benefits do not coordinate or offset. So if health insurance pays something, we're also going to pay. Where there's no what we call coordination, which means, well, this much, so we're going to distract. If we say we're going to pay someone $1,000 because they broke their ankle or whatever, we're paying them $1,000. And we've seen a lot of need out there because of what Jennifer's been speaking to Callie about, the increase in health insurance. In the last 10 years alone, the deductibles have grown by 179%. And today, 62% of us are living paycheck to paycheck. And even a $500 expense that they've not accounted for can put them in debt. And I don't mean bankruptcy, I mean just debt where they put it on their credit card or some other, or they have some kind of payment plan. So these plans are designed to meet both a person's need as well as their budget.
Any other questions from the board?
Not right now.
Okay,
Wow.
well, thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us your
Thank you,
time.
Laura.
If you do have any questions, I'm sure Callie can.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I hope everyone has a great holiday.
Thank you, you too.
And,
Happy holidays,
Thank you.
happy new
we
year.
appreciate you listening to us.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, see you,
Absolutely.
Bill.
Very nice town. Very nice meeting you, Nelson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Jen.
Nice meeting all of you.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
I had stepped out for a couple minutes, gave Bill Solomon a call. He's on his way here. So, you know, while we're waiting for him, we can probably, you know, continue with the agenda. He does have a hard stop himself because he has a prior engagement to get to, but I don't anticipate we'll need to spend too much time on his agenda item.
Is he going to be virtual or he's coming in person?
He's coming in person. Yep,
Okay.
actually, I hear him now. Yeah, Bill wanted to do this in person.
Okay, so where he is on the agenda.
He is under 5.2.
Two?
Oh,
Okay.
there's Bill right now. So we could probably jump right to 5.2, Lori.
Yep.
Sit here? Yeah, you can, Bill. Thank you. Yeah. Good timing.
Thank you. You know, it's been a week of multitasking, but I'll let you know that Townsend was always number one.
Nice.
So,
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Say that to everybody. The floor is yours, Bill.
Pardon me.
Floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Like the Wizard of Oz, it runs his voice, but you don't see. Well, thank you for having me here. Bill Solomon, your special cable counsel. I've worked with the town for, again, maybe 30 years ago on doing cable licenses. And I'd have to say that, and we used to have some large disputes, and Townsend was a leader in really representing itself. But I'm pleased to be here today because I'm really thrilled with this renewal, and a product of Nelson, new town administrator, working hand in hand throughout the process, negotiating. Dave, cable chair and head of the community media, invaluable on the capital plan and other things. So let me just, if I can, I updated the summary I provided in October. Can I just briefly go through that? Would that be all right? Of course. Okay. So if everyone has the summary there, and if anyone doesn't,
Which one
Which one
is
is
it?
this, Nelson?
The title of it in here?
Yeah.
We have 3 documents.
Yeah.
2 are senior things.
Let me see. Did you just send that this?
Comcast draft license forwarded to Comcast senior manager.
We got.
it would have been the first document today that came into the PDF.
Proposed side letter?
So this is,
This is
we,
all senior manager
this is,
stuff.
this is from yesterday, so if it came today, it wouldn't be.
Okay, I did not,
Okay,
get that in
well,
time.
let me take you through. It's all on the license, and I'll reference those
I
sections.
just put it on.
Or if you'd
Share.
like, we can make
Screen share?
a paper.
I just put it on SharePoint.
Okay,
Do you want me to?
yeah. No rush.
Let me log into Zoom and we can,
Are you gonna screen share, Nelson?
yeah, just give me 2 seconds.
While you're doing that, I also want to just reference the Comcast Government Affairs Manager, Pat Sherns, was invaluable to work with. He really cared about the town's needs, became very familiar with Townsend, and it really was a product of Comcast working with the town to get, you know, license that worked for both parties, and most directly working with Bat Insurance.
So can I ask a question while we're waiting?
Sure, yeah.
What is the status overall? Like, are we ready to sign this today?
Yes, if you so choose, I'd recommend that. We have full agreement from Comcast. They actually provided the documents back. So the license has been fully agreed to, the side letters provided. And so when I get through this, I'm going to recommend the board move ahead and vote, and you know, if you have the paper document signed today, otherwise you can sign, you know, tomorrow or Monday.
I was,
What I reviewed had a couple of, what seems to be maybe just a couple of edits or errors.
Oh, good, thank you.
Well,
We'll go over those then after.
and are we gonna go over the payments to TCAM
Yeah.
and the equipment thing and all of that we had talked about the last time
No.
we discussed this?
In the
Where does that stand?
Yeah, so it's sort of a two-part process. In order to get a good cable license, what you need to do is to show the cable company what your needs and interests are. That's under the Cable Act. So that capital plan was produced to provide to Comcast to say, these are our needs, here's our plan as we see it, and this is the funding that we need. And so the license then provides the dollar amount for funding.
Okay.
And that it doesn't say what has to be bought. But the beauty of cable licensing, it gives you a chance to think where you are in community television and where you want to go. So then when that funding comes in and gets to TCAM, they'll then be able to spend it as they see fit, but largely based on the capital plan. But there's nothing in the license that says what the town or TCAM has to do with that money. And that makes sense, because even though people like to misunderstand this, that's money that's provided to the town because the cable company is using your public way. Just like if they used a building or they used any property, they would have to pay compensation. And so that they're providing that compensation, which in Massachusetts can only be used for PEG, public education government related purposes. So that's how we got the good license, but doesn't get reflected in the license.
I see, okay.
Great question. I mean, that is, it's just. So, all right, so taking you through the license, it's a 10-year license. That's the maximum allowed under Massachusetts law for a cable license. And like I say, like a good long-term mortgage, when you have a good deal, you want to lock it in there. So it's interest to the town to have the full 10 years, because we're deciding those payments now under the current environment. And secondly, we don't have control over technology. So there's nothing no reason to say, well, we want to do this again in 5 years, since the law prevents us to control their technology. And thirdly, they're really the leading cable company, so they make those advances. So 10 years is good for both parties, and less so for their attorney, but that's okay.
Does this fall outside you can only sign 3-year contract?
Yeah, great question. Yes, because under it's not governed by the Uniform Procurement Act, and the state cable law provides the 10-year limit. So but excellent question. As is an agreement with an access corporation outside of 30B. The cable subscribers, Comcast at the end of last year, we always get the numbers for December 31st, had 1,805 subscribers. That was down from 1,970 the year before and 2,187, which is a materially smaller decrease in subscribers than you find in many communities. So the people seeing the value of cable and seeing the value, of course, of community television. The operating support remains at 5% of gross revenues. The maximum allowed under law is 5%. It's 5% of the cable company's revenues, and importantly, in the definition, gross revenue of their affiliates. The capital okay, and you know, I'm going to say, and I'll update this for your record. This had, oh no, that's right, the current. So the current license had $30,000 capital, and it had also like $130,000, I believe it was, payment to move this to move the studio. The new license has $1.49 per subscriber. Why per subscriber? Well, the cable company pushes for that. So if they lose subscribers, they're paying less capital. Why $1.49? We push for that because that's a materially higher number. So that even if the number of subscribers goes down, there's a pretty big cushion built in there to help protect the town. So that was the compromise. We gave them their paradigm and they gave us our number.
Can you repeat that math again? So it's $1.49 for the 1,050 or so subscribers?
Yeah, that's $1.49 per month.
Per month.
Yeah, so for instance, I have it on my sheets, but if you use and it's probably a little lower now, but let's say you used 1,750. Let's use that as a number. Say it's 1,750 times 1.49 equals times 12 equals $31,290 for the year. And if you had 10 years, if it remained around that, it'd be 300,000. You know, we expected it to be somewhat lower, but that's a nice cushion that's built in there. And that's the compromise that was made here and other places I've worked with. All right.
Is there a floor to that so that it doesn't go below a certain threshold?
Well, that's a great question.
More and more people are not using cable. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, well, but so I may ask. So the answer, there is no floor. But you know, in the first years here, we're going to build up, you know, double, or from 30,000, it's 10 times as much as the number was last time. So if you looked at the last license as having $30,000 capital and the payment to move the studio just being separate and apart, it wasn't even in the license. So instead of 30,000, the number at this point would be 300,000. That's 10 times the amount. So I've never seen a floor built in. It's a great question. And what it leads to is that if there continues to be people who are cutting the cord, shaving the cord, then yes, cable will cease to be the business it is now. And even in your 5%, you'll be sharing in less money. So what that means is that the Access Corporation has to think about and continue fundraising, thinking other ways to raise dollars. At one point, it may be that if folks, companies want that programming for their telecommunication video system, that an Access Corporation says, fine, then you have to reach an agreement with us. So that if their companies want to have it streaming, in fact, you have a paywall, maybe paid for directly by those companies. So we don't know what the future holds. But we also do know in the state legislature, there's a bill now that would, if passed, and it's allegedly pretty close, but we'll see, that would impose a fee on every video company that uses the public way in any way for PEG access, and some going to the town instead of the state. So that would apply to companies that provide streaming that use in part the public way, because it goes through wires that are on the public way. It wouldn't apply to satellite if they don't use the public way. So that lack of a floor, I've never seen a floor, and it said at one point, if the revenues are so low, that the town will have to figure out how it wants to try to support this if it can. All right, cable casting, will continue from the existing sites that are connected. It's the town hall, the Spalding Elementary School, the Sequanicook Elementary School, Hawthorne Brook Middle School, and the North Middlesex High School. Those are connected by fiber and need to continue.
Are they, I mean, I guess this is a question for Dave. I thought the North Middlesex Regional High School connection was no longer there.
Well, the license requires it to be there.
Someone needs to work at the school on that, because I know the school has had a problem with their school committee meetings, I thought, because of something with this.
Yeah, so one of the things I would say is that you have a
could be wrong.
license and a license requirement. And during the term of the license, it could be at any time, it could be 1 week after the license. If there's something that's not met, that's a requirement that we'll discuss, so would need to be met.
I know that when the old school was there, it was,
Yeah,
but I thought
and I think
that,
I've heard some discussions of a problem, but it's like anything, it's a requirement. And it's, so therefore, now there are other ways to return video. It could be on municipal fiber, it could be done on the internet, it could be done wirelessly. So for our purposes, I'd suggest that, and I thank you, and I have heard that there were issues with that, but from our purposes, it's a requirement of the current license, it's a requirement in the new license. And if something needs to be done to either repair or replace, that would be an obligation of the cable company.
of the cable company.
Yes.
Okay.
And the cable company, for instance, during the term of the law, I think it was the last license, built the connection to TCAM at their new studio. All right. So additionally, that the town can request that additional, apart from what's required, additional connections be made, and that would be at the cost of the town. And very importantly, the town has the right to directly or through the access core to build your own fiber connection to locations for video origination. And that's important because there's a company out there, for instance, Comtrack and others that build many fiber systems for communities and extensions. And oftentimes it's the most cost-effective way. And of course, if you build that, you could also use it for your own municipal purposes, whether it's telephone or security monitoring or getting rid of a T1 line. So that there's two options for any additional buildings going forward. And that is request Comcast or require Comcast to build it at your cost. And they would have to show what that cost would be, or to build it yourself. And those are two provisions that are not in many, many licenses. So that's a real plus that we have here that makes this more of a living document. Cable service availability, there's a density requirement. The current density requirement is 20 dwelling units per aerial mile, where the system is aerial. And it was 40 dwelling units per mile, or fractional proportion thereof, for underground. And what I was able to do, and I really thank Pat and Comcast on this, and they're agreeing with it, is lower the density requirement for those underground dwelling unit areas that already have conduit, so that the Comcast doesn't have to put conduit in. There can be a lower density. That number is 30, and that can make a difference in cost, certainly, or getting something done. And I was pleased to be able to get that.
Do we have any underground conduit?
Well, you know, if you build new subdivisions, you will. You know, if
Maybe within the subdivision itself, but not on the town roads.
Or do we get 2 fiber optic projects that are going on? Phase 2 of the contract will be beginning March. That'll be a continuity of the phase 1 fiber optic project that was already completed.
Okay.
Connecting municipal buildings and this being the hub.
are you with the town? Katie?
I'm just an employee.
Okay, yes. I play an attorney also now. So is this contract the builder of that? Yeah, Brian Hopkins. Yeah, and they're fantastic. No one better. And while that's being built, you should have a conversation with TCAM to see if there's something that could be added to that with cable money to explore. It can always be extended, but if it's being built coming up, now's the perfect time to have that conversation. Nelson, no one better to, to act as the spokesperson for the town together with everyone else, to see if there's something that would be added with cable funding. The standard installation, and I might have done this originally in the license I did, very high distance for standard installation. So for what, $50, $60, the cable's installed by the company, they'll bring it to the home. If it's 250 feet or less underground, it has to not require boring. That's what, that's on the very high side of standard installation distances. Sometimes you see 125 feet, 155 feet, sometimes nothing. So I'm pleased that you have that, and it wasn't an issue. We continued it. Cable service the public buildings. We added that. Originally I had it out. You're at 5% of gross revenues. And that's the maximum allowed by law. And a very unfortunate decision by the FCC in 2019, upheld by the appeals court, said that, well, there are certain costs, not capital costs, but certain costs like cable service to public buildings or some other costs I won't get into, that are, quote, in-kind consideration, that are not capital, which are excluded from counting towards your 5% cap for that operating. And these in-kind consideration matters like cable service to public buildings, those could count towards your 5%. So if they were to count to the 5%, and the appeals court, luckily, based on what Massachusetts argued through Mass Access, said that they should only be able to value that at the marginal cost, what it costs them, not the market cost. So that if you have if it's $10 a month that costs the cable company to provide cable service to a building, that would go toward the 5% and you get less. Therefore, I like not to have that provision in this license, because I felt originally cable companies came to towns and they said, oh, please let us in the public way. We want to provide this cable service. We'll give the town free service. We can, except for maybe those premium channel. And that's great. And then eventually it got documented. And then like 40 years later, you have companies, not Comcast, arguing that municipalities and counties are breaking the legs of cable companies to get these things. They offer it for free. So I like not to have it in the license, because I argue if they want to start counting it against the 5%, then they want to stop take cable from Jimmy and Sally, then they'll see our response in the newspaper. But because Comcast was so fair here, and Pat Shurns, the manager, was so fair, that's something that they like to have in the license, because they point out that Comcast corporate, if they don't see it in the license, says to the local Comcast, why are you providing this service? It's not in the license. So at the end of the day, one of the few, things that we had, well, one of the few late issues that we compromised was to say, okay, we'll put it in there. And I say that because I do not expect Comcast to start saying, well, this service is a value and we want to count it toward the 5%. They haven't done it for 40 years. They're an excellent company. I don't expect they will. But if they do, we've agreed that they can follow the FCC rule. But that doesn't mean we can't call them before the board and say, look, you're a great corporate citizen. We're surprised you're doing this. So I don't think that'll happen, but we did put it in the license at their request, because they're concerned that they may not be able to provide that service otherwise. All right, so senior citizen discount. I'm not sure. I would think you have a current discount. When I did it originally, I'm 98% sure there was a discount, but it's not a lot. If you have a current discount that's greater, you're grandfathered. It's $2 per month. I have this discussion in all communities. This Cable Act does not allow a community to require a senior discount. Many companies, most companies do not, cable companies do not provide a senior discount. $2 is obviously not very much. Although we get some, I'll talk about some benefits we get. I get around, like I can get the same discount I say in Caldor and in Hope and Zaire and Bradley's, but they don't exist anymore. So So they don't have to do it, but they do. They don't do it everywhere. They're doing it in Townsend. And we got some benefits with respect to how you qualify financially. The elderly property tax abatement that's run through your Board of Assessors based on state law, based on people's income and assets. If you qualify for that, you qualify for this. And also, if you get SNAP payments, which, there are a lot of SNAP payments out there in all communities, you also would qualify. So the good part is we have that discount. And also, I ask Comcast everywhere, including here, and not always successfully, but often, not to put language, for instance, that other senior discount letters have that say they have a right to change it at any time. So that's not in this letter. And it's a strong letter. So I'm glad to have it. I've tried many places, and unless you had a senior discount that was a continuing, that they don't do other than the $2. And again, it's something they don't have to do. And we have probably the best letter in the state, apart from the fact that we all have the same $2 discount. Side letters, and this is very important, last issue. The side letter, in addition to the senior discount side letter, we have a side letter on PEG, Public Education Government Access. 2 issues. One is additional HD channels. Comcast is now, took 20 years to get here, but is now providing not just one HD channel, which we have going forward, and I'll discuss in a second, but is now looking like they would provide 3, and that would be in place of your standard definition. You have 3 channels now under the license. You're within 24 months, and usually sooner than later within that time period. One of those channels will be upgraded to high definition, the PEG channel. You choose which one that is. Discuss that with TCAM. Generally speaking, to my surprise, if you asked me 20 years ago, I would have thought it'd be the public channel, but most places like the government channel, because you can see numbers and sheets and plans, and that when people are home, you can read that. But that'll be your decision, really, to discuss with the board and decide. So that one HD channel, and the other 2 channels will be upgraded to standard SDI, serial digital interface, better video quality and sound quality. The side letter just says that within 6 years, any 6-year period, when you want, it doesn't say if you want any as often as you want, you can have Comcast come here and discuss getting up 2 more HD channels in place of the SD, or discuss the electronic program guide. Why does that matter? Because if they now go ahead and provide those 3 HD channels, and traditionally what would happen is if you were interested in that, cable company would say, well, your license is up in 2035, and you have to wait till the license is up. But what the side letter says is that no, we've anticipated that those things might happen. And we both agreed that we're not waiting 10 years or 8 years, whatever the time period is, to discuss this and to get this benefit that you're providing others. You come, we have a right to ask you to come here, discuss it, and not only discuss it, which some letters say, or discuss the technical and economic feasibility, but actually providing it. That's what the letter says. So this gives us a chance to potentially get more HD channels sooner rather than later. Very important. And also, if Comcast provides the electronic program guide as a general matter, they do in one place, 6 towns that are an island, but nowhere else. They do it there because all the towns have the same head end, and they find that to be a challenge. But if they were to provide the electronic program guide for PEG channels, then the same thing. We here in Townsend, you here in Townsend, invite Comcast in and say, we'd like you to do the same thing here. So that side letter is not a common side letter. I try to get it, I usually do, but not always. It's a real plus, and I thank Comcast for doing that. So that in summary is the license, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
My question is on this side letter thing that you're talking about, if we want to request additional channels. What I'm reading here is it says, upon written request of the issuing authority prior to the 6th anniversary of the effective date. So
Right.
It's not any time, it's within the first 5 years.
It was within the first, 6 years, let's say, 6th anniversary.
If you, yeah,
Right.
okay.
So, but
Include the whole
that's
year.
I always have to think about that. But that's right, and I thought I described that. But only within that time period. Why? I picked that originally when I did this letter, because the idea is when you get to year, let's say, get into year 7, you're in the 3-year window for renewal. And in that period, Comcast would like to say, well, we're in the renewal process. We want to make this an issue for renewal. So that sixth anniversary gets to under federal law when that renewal process. And I felt one is to get the letter, it'd be helpful to say, look, we understand we're not going to do this, close in the renewal period, because then you want to discuss it in that context. So great pickup. And that's why I have the 6th anniversary. And the first anniversary, which is next year. So at the end of, I think it's 6 years.
All right, thank
No,
you.
good question. So in summary, I think it's a really strong license. And again, I want to thank, working with Nelson and Dave particularly, just invaluable. And Danielle DeLucia of who's the name of the company now? Ockers Technology, who is the outside consultant who I've met, works with other consultants I've worked with, came to Townsend, did an amazing capital plan with Dave, all at no cost. And that is something, as the board member mentioned, you can build on in terms of moving forward together in improving and expanding your cable program.
Any other questions? Okay.
And we need those corrections, of course.
Yeah, I'll get them to Sabrina.
Sure. And if you could.
Did anyone else see something that should be pointed out?
No.
Okay, I'll get that to Sabrina.
So
Unless-
the draft contract is in SharePoint. So, with Bill's presentation, I think making a motion to sign the contract out of session, probably would be the motion for tonight to sort of hopefully get this executed by the end of the calendar year.
I'll entertain.
Sorry.
Valerie stepped out for a minute, so why don't we wait for her to
Sure.
come back? She had a bit of a coughing fit.
So I understand. I was in the session with the subcontractor that
Yeah.
moved everything. I think it was the first meeting that we had, or the second. And she was very good at hoping to get us the most that could from Comcast. So our discussions were the locations, and I remember Dave saying there was nothing left at the high school. And and you're saying that it's mandated for us to be there. I'm not quite sure how that will come into play. I don't know that we would mind. I'm not sure what the high school thinks. I think it might even be better if we did have one there. But my understanding is that they have something else there. So we'd have to look into that a little bit more. I know that we were looking for other spaces. And I see on the list, the old middle school, or the little school, I should say, being rented out. Is that actually being used? I was hoping Dave might be here to give us that information as to what's now at the building. So I'm not sure it affects our signing, because we do have that side agreement that allows us to further discuss having more locations than the 5 that they're stating, and then for anything that we need in town. So I just wanted to make that clear of what I understood from the meetings that I attended.
Yeah, thank you. They're very helpful. And so, yeah, it does have the flexibility going forward. I'm looking at one thing I wanted to take a peek at. Yeah, so, I think in a sense we're protected, but it's important, as you indicated, to look at what makes sense in any location. That is it a location you need to go live from, or can, as you said, go live from, and then how best to do that. That's why I think it'd be helpful to have a conversation with IT people, yourself, and Nelson and board, if you like, when contract is coming in here. Because there may be certain things, less so to a school, but there may be certain things where Comcast could help out, and then we could discuss that with Comcast. So, but I think that given what, as you said, what the license says, and then the flexibility of additional locations in the side letter, because it's been 10, 15 years since cable companies want to build connections at their cost. And so I think that what we have here is something that puts us in the best position to work together with Comcast, but also to protect your interest in the license document.
So I don't have that. I mean, it was in SharePoint and I did review everything in SharePoint, but I was not able to print that. And I don't remember that side agreement does have stickers on it, so it becomes a part of the agreement.
Well, the side agreements are sort of, that the licenses say there's not anything outside the license that doesn't count. As you know, which contracts often say. But in my experience, I've, in 35 years, I've never seen Comcast not comply with a side letter that they provide. And that's the beauty of Comcast, is that not only are they a good company, but they want to be viewed as a good company. I can think of a company, not Verizon, that couldn't care less. And so since they want to be a good corporate citizen, and they don't want to be looking like they're taking advantage of a town, I really am very confident, barring, some larger company eating them up, that they comply with and will comply with their requirements. And then additionally, if there's a location, importantly, and this is actually used more than having Comcast built to a new location, is we have discussed your ability to build it and to connect, and they have to accept that signal and then take it from the studio back to their head end. So I think that, we're doing the work and the way we would want, and it'd be hard pressed to imagine that Verizon would object to that. So I think in both of those areas, I think we're fully protected. But no cable company, traditionally, unless you're like building a new town hall or something, that they're not, or maybe a studio, that they're not willing to connect to remote buildings at their cost. It's, when we began 30 years ago, they were smaller companies, and now they're large, and there's certain lines. So I think what this license does is living within the realities of the economics of cable is a strong license. But those two provisions, I think, will be fine. And both of those provisions are in the license. So I should have said the extension language is in the license. So that's a license requirement. The only thing outside of the license is HD and the electronic program pad.
I know that one of the things that we discussed was possibly having one either at the police station or the fire station, and the fire station, the central one in particular, because it has a training room. Now, the water department actually has a better training room. I probably shouldn't say that too loud, but it's used all over the state. I'm not quite sure if it would be allowable there, but I think it's worth a discussion. So when a motion is made today, is it just for the license, or are we also going to include the side letter?
Great question. And as I usually bring a motion, but I wanted to get here. I would ask that if you take a vote to approve and issue the license, that same vote acknowledge describing both of those letters as I've described them in the side letter. So years from now, exactly your point, when people look at the vote, they say, oh, there were two side letters. So vote to approve and issue the cable license, and to acknowledge the two side letters, naming them, senior discount,
and PEG access.
PEG, PEG, HD, electronic program guide, provided by, Patrick Sherens, Comcast, manager. And so with that, great point, and that's what I was gonna do, is to let people know that from the record, to look for something else. Otherwise, they can get lost.
Val, do you have a motion?
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but Val Goodrich moved that we accept and sign out of session the Comcast cable contract as presented on December 18th,
Right,
2025, including
and I would just use the word acknowledging, and then
acknowledging
those two, yes, senior
two
discount.
side letters, the first being for the senior citizen discount, and the second being for PEG access side letter.
Yeah, PEG access side letter is fine.
Veronica Cal second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin and I. Thank you very much, Attorney Solomon, for coming here and assisting us.
Nelson, did I
No,
say to
my
be signed out of
pleasure.
session?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's, a lot of work to do. It's a great town, and it's been on my pleasure to work here in Townsend and to meet the people and the boards at the towns that took a cable program that had been run from the company and built it up to just an excellent program. And it's a reflection of the town. And as I always say, it's also a reflection of your beautiful town hall, which is always nice to come and visit here at Townsend Town Hall. So thank you all. Thank you again, Nelson. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Happy holiday season and Happy New Year to you. And
Thank you.
I believe I said to be signed out of session. Veronica?
You did, yes. Thanks so much. Great, excellent job.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you for your questions.
Okay. Believe we're ready to go on to 3.1. The appointments of official personnel. Bravo.
I value Goodrich move to appoint Travis Masalski as recycling tenant 1 to the recycling center with effective start date December 20th, 2025, contingent upon its successful completion of all employee requirements.
Veronica Cal second.
And we do have a clarification from Callie in our SharePoint. So is there any further discussion?
No.
Roll call vote, please.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye. Welcome, Travis. Next, 3.2. Robert as Cemetery and Parks Committee rep to the Preservation Commission. Is there a motion? I also have all those documents were all in SharePoint.
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to appoint Robert Theron as Cemetery and Parks Committee Representative to the Community Preservation Committee, effective December 18th, 2025 until June 30th, 2027.
Veronica Cal second. Could I ask a question about the Community Preservation Committee in general before we vote?
Sure.
Do we know who from each board has been assigned already
I think that was it.
or appointed already?
I thought that was.
Okay, I think that it is, I know we have another one. Let me see what I have.
I know, but I was looking to see, so the bylaw language was in there and
Posting, yeah.
the posting was in there, but what I wanted to know is, has someone already been appointed by the Conservation Commission? Has somebody already already been appointed by the Historical
I
District
thought,
Commission.
I know last, was it 2 weeks ago, we appointed Lance from planning.
From
Yeah.
the plan, right.
We have
And
one,
we appointed Kim Greeno as one of our at-large. She's not on any board. But have we appointed a conservation commissioner?
um,
And the way this is written, it has to be from, not an appointee of, I thought it had to be one member. You have to be a member of the board. Lance is an alternate, on planning board, I thought. But I think that's okay. I'll take that. It's not actually a member. The difference there is that it's not someone who was elected. And so, in any event, I was just curious. I know we haven't appointed that many people to this yet.
no, and Robert is from the Parks, and
Cemetery and Parks.
right? And
But there's also a planning board member. So it gets dicey to me, when we're appointing the same people over and over again.
You risk having a quorum of a different board at this meeting.
I think planning is okay.
Probably just something to be aware of, right?
You just need to learn who is on what from where, so that.
And so anyway, okay, so the only two that we're certain of is Lance from the planning board, but he's an alternate. And is that okay?
I'm okay with it.
I
mean,
think it is.
We have okay, so I'll just go to town properties. So town properties has so many, it's cited who's from where, 5 different boards, and then the 2 appointed by at large. In any of the other committees cited, they can take a representative and who does not have to be on.
That's right. You don't have to be on the board, but this committee is different because it says one member of the board. So, and I hadn't thought about this until reading the things for these
very
appointments
specific.
today. It is specific. So, I guess I want clarification that,
Okay,
um,
we'll clarify that and push this one off to,
No, I think.
So Robert to be the appointed member from the planning board. Lance is a resident of town, he would be the member at large. And Colby Streeter, who's a conservation agent, but not a member of the conservation committee, would also be a member at large.
but we can only have 2 at-large members,
Correct.
and we have
someone else.
We have already appointed Kim, and we appointed Lance to the committee, but for the planning board. However, he's an appointed alternate. Alternates aren't voted.
Full-fledged members.
Correct. So I am questioning Lance's appointment. I'm looking at Bob, who must certainly want to be on the committee. Should he be the planning board representative to CPA? So I think before, and then, I'm looking, we don't have a motion for Colby yet, so I don't know if it's fair to talk about yet. But I'm just looking for clarification on this committee. So I think we should put these 2 appointments off to January 6th, the one for Colby and the one for Robert.
okay, what I would just say is Colby is coming here as Cemetery and Parks Commissioner.
No, he's not. Robert is.
No, sorry, I'm sorry.
Robert put his name down as Cemetery and Parks Commissioner.
Correct.
Committee member, but he's also in fact a full-fledged planning board member.
Correct.
That has
He's
carries more
elected to
weight.
2 boards.
Correct.
And so I think I would need clarification from the planning board as to who they want to appoint. So in any event, I just think that I need clarification for what it means to be a member of a board.
Oh, I
And
see.
with respect
All of
to
that
the
was attached, I
CPA.
mean, all the members and how they're stated are attached to, in the SharePoint. I did get
Yes, exactly.
Well,
okay, I'm okay with looking into more.
I mean, if there was an issue or a question about Lance because he's an associate member, but Robert is a full-fledged member of the Cemetery and Parks, Commission, is he not?
Yes, but he's also a full-fledged elected member of the planning board. And if, in fact, he's interested, and that, I just want clarification on this, because I think the alternate member, what's Lance's appointment? Does it end at the end of June or April even? I don't know off the top of my head. So I want clarification before appointing any of these.
Okay,
Would Colby be okay? Because he's just an at-large.
Well, my
Member.
thought is if we've already appointed Lance, we could change him to at-large. I also have a question about Colby's our conservation agent, and we have a member from the Conservation Commission. Does that make us conservation heavy? Which is maybe, from my standpoint, not a bad thing, but it could be. So, you know, I just want clarification on this. And I think the holding off the appointments until January 6th isn't a bad thing. In other words, they aren't meeting in the next 2 weeks.
okay. So 3.2 and 3.3 will be moved to the January 6th agenda.
Yeah.
3.5.
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to appoint Ronald Murray as temporary seasonal emergency worker to the Highway Department with effective start date December 1st, 2025.
Veronica Cal second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you. Now the as an alternate to the Historic District Commission.
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to appoint Kathleen Spofford as alternate member to the Historic District Commission effective December 18th, 2025 until June 30th, 2028.
Veronica Cal second.
You all did have all the information I could whip up anyway regarding the appointments. And
So the board is full and has one alternate, correct?
yes, but it
Okay.
is 2 alternates.
Okay, that's fine.
Any other discussion?
Well, I'm, having been to all the historic society things in the past month or so, I don't know, and I'm looking at this. There's 2 alternates, yes. And his or her place shall be taken by an alternate member designated by the chairman.
Mhm.
And we have someone who already was appointed as an alternate.
Mhm.
I know that you can have a second alternate, but do you have to have one?
How big's the group?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this would be a 9th person.
So 7 members on the
7.
board.
7 members?
7 members are seated and 1 is an alternate.
Yeah,
They have,
and 1 is an alternate.
and you can see by the list, they've all been sworn in, but 1 doesn't have a swear-in date.
So does that mean they were sworn in or not? If you don't have a sworn in date, are you sworn in?
And
The answer to that is no.
The clerk, the town clerk's office is looking into that as we speak, but that is for a full-fledged member which is not, what's
Right.
being considered at the moment.
I
That
think
is
two
correct.
alternates makes sense for a 7-member board, correct?
There's a lot of people that try to corral, so having a couple extra people that call it the dugout is attractive.
As long as,
A quorum is 4 of that board in order to hold a meeting.
okay,
I mean, alternates can attend anytime, obviously. But it there that appoints one of the alternates to serve if there's less than 7. And I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure of the legality of that particular point that I just made as far as the voting of an alternate. I mean, if you don't have a quorum, I understand the need. If you, like, let's say in planning, have one alternate. And and I don't even know about this because I heard about this differently. They can, if they attend all the meetings, they can make a vote where a supermajority is needed. So then you have the correct, and that's not in all instances. And I heard Adam say something about this at one of the meetings, and I can't remember exactly what it was. I'm okay with moving this to January 6th and getting a little more clarification on the alternates voting and requirement over the quorum.
okay.
I only know of one instance in the last year where we didn't have a quorum and it was at a hearing, not a meeting. So I think I've done since September of 24. So if it pleases the board, I can move this to January 6th as well.
Let's do that. Thank you.
And also as a side note, when we were talking about CPA, if I may, to backdrop this, that
Yeah.
appointment, am I okay saying? Appointment, the CPA from HDC was on their agenda and they moved it to another agenda. They didn't appoint anybody.
Oh, okay.
Just to give you that back info on the CPA, since we're not doing anything today either.
So I guess the question then is, with regards to this is, are we looking for more information on why they need a second alternate? If the second alternate is allowed, how they do the voting is kind of their own thing,
Right.
right? So it's kind of irrespective of this particular thing?
Sort of.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at how, okay, so my thought process is the chair decides which alternate votes.
Correct.
And there are 2 alternates, and the chair isn't sworn in. So, oh yeah, she is.
No, the chair's
The chair. Okay.
I mean, I don't have a problem voting on this one today, but that's just me.
Okay.
But if you don't want to, Lori, that's fine.
I say let's do them all on the 6th
All right.
that we just discussed. So that brings us to new business.
Can't hear you, Lori. Can't hear you.
You're fading.
Your internet might be a little bit, wonky.
Oh. What's wrong?
You're good now.
You're kind of stuttering here and there once in a while. It's not all the time. If it continues more, maybe we'll have you sort of turn off your video. But for now, just continue.
Okay.
Yep.
Just let me know if you can't hear me.
All right.
4.1, is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the Class 2 license application and transfer of owner associated with a Class 2 license for premises 98 Main Street, Townsend, Mass. 01469. DBA Harbor Auto Body to hereafter be operated by Harbor Auto Body, Inc., owner Patrick Murphy.
Veronica Kell, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you and congratulations to the new owner. 4.2. Your motion.
Oh, we didn't hear you. We heard 4.2, Laurie, nothing after that.
Is there a motion?
Yep. I, Valerie Goodrich, move to grant the December 2nd, 2026 request of Nelson Mooney Town Administrator to waive the 90-day written notice requirement for his voluntary resignation as set forth in section 3E of his employment agreement dated July 16th, 2024, and that the board accepts Mrs. Mooney's resignation effective January 2nd, 2025.
I think the dates are off on that. I think it's board accept effective January 2nd, 2026.
Yes. So corrected.
26.
Veronica Cal, second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye. 4.3. Is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the MOU for the treasurer collector Melissa Dunnett to forego the FY26 stipend as presented.
Sign out of session.
To sign out of session.
Is there a second?
Veronica Cal, second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye, and thank you to the treasurer. 4.5. Is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the MOU for fire department positions EMTA, EMTB, EMTP, and job description as presented.
Is there
Veronica, second.
any discussion?
Do we just want?
4.5, it's 4.4.
Oh, thank you. Do you just want me to give a brief overview of what this is?
Sure.
It's basically that in an attempt to increase recruitment, there was a new position created that doesn't require these individuals to already have their fire certifications. So the compensation is slightly less, and the union put this forward. It's a way to increase recruitment, and they would have the ability to move into the higher paid position within the 2 years of obtaining that.
That's if they stay in the town, they don't leave, correct?
Correct.
So we'll just train them off and then they, that's it.
Well, yeah.
That could be in the contract, you either fulfill your 2-year application and
I
then.
believe it is.
Is it?
Double check.
So if the town covers the cost of training, you owe the town 2 years of work.
I believe.
Mhm.
I think it's Callie there, because I think that is what used to happen. They train and then lose them. They go someplace else for more money. So that was included for them to serve for the 2 years.
Yeah.
I don't see it in the
Hearing that
MOU.
it should be in the contract that there's, yeah.
It's a good clawback.
Yeah,
Um,
so that if they leave within the 2 years of having been trained, that they pay us back and reimburse us for the training we're paying for.
that makes sense. Maybe we want to put this off for further discussion because I don't see that in here.
No, it just says upon upon successful completion of firefighter 1-2 training and substance certification, recruits shall be elevated to the appropriate step rate commensurate with their respective certification level.
Right.
Yeah.
So we need to add a sentence in there, so I don't think we're done on this.
Well, I mean, I guess if we are saying that these folks were in a clawback, their training, if they leave, within 2 years or whatever, couldn't you say, apply that same threshold or similar language to, other positions in that union as well? I think it gets kind of murky at that point, because, a firefighter EMT, once they're here, they're probably still getting additional training. Are we now saying that those folks, if, we've paid for, this additional training, we're now going to try to claw back that money?
No, they've already, previously, they came in trained. So we are paying for training that they can then take to another community and potentially make more than what they made here. And we regularly train people and then they leave. And so I think we have to talk about this.
Yeah, I think this is gonna have to be, if there's further
And-
discussion, it needs to be in executive session.
Yes, it
This
does.
This is not the.
You see it happen in other types of collective bargaining agreement departments, if you will, where you train up a park ranger, let's say, and then they leave. And then you want to recoup your funding because they came in with 0 skills. You trained them up to 10% of the job. They passed their credentials, the town paid for it, or the government paid for it, and then they leave a day later.
Yes.
Sort of a sunk cost.
Well, this is a bit of an anomaly because we have not typically hired people that haven't come in with that training already.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's like not in this probably is.
Yeah, so I think this will,
98% sure it's not in the union agreement and was probably an oversight here because there's no mention of paying or not.
so I think
It
this,
should be mentioned whether we're paying it in addition to that clause as far as reimbursement of things.
so I think this will just warrant further discussion.
Yes.
It complicates things because they've already signed the MOU, so if we are suggesting changes, then this is gonna have to go through their union membership. So I think it's, more discussions need to be had.
It's not a definite, even if they did sign the MOU until
No.
we also
No,
sign it.
understood.
Okay. January 6th, are you saying this may require executive on January 6th?
Yes, put it in executive on January 6th. Thank you.
Point six. It's just we discuss unexpended funds and we all
No, 4.5, Lori.
Oh, sorry. What we just did was 4.4. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so thank you for keeping me on track. Police chief, is there a motion here?
Yep. Sorry to make sure. I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the letter to police chief. Reason contract renegotiations as presented, and I'll just read the letter. It's super short. Oh, sorry. Hold on a second.
Veronica, second.
And the letter is simply dated December 17th to James Hartel, Townsend Police Chief, and the reason being contract renewal. Pursuant to section 2.1 of your current employment contract, the select board is providing you with notice with the intention to enter into negotiations for a new 3-year contract to begin on July 1st, 2026. I should have said to be signed out of session also.
Second to the signing out of session.
Okay, any further discussion? None. All vote.
Lori, do you want to create your signature stamp on that, or?
Yeah, out of session, anything out of session, will send it to me and then I have to send her back the authority to use my stamp.
Okay. Because we can sign them all at the end of the meeting.
Yeah. Okay, now we are, oh, wait a minute.
You have to vote.
Vote. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye?
Or Schiffer and I. 4.6. Discuss, you,
So, I reached out to, Capital Strategic Solutions, CSS, who is our ARPA consultant. And given how it was reported to the Treasury Department back in April of this year, Jennifer Thompson believes we could use the money that was originally set aside for the housing trust to be used towards general salaries, through the applicable period, which is end of December 2026. So whether it's the 93,000, because some of it had already, I guess, been paid to the housing trust, or if it's the 400,000, we can work out those details, but, in general, that money can be used for general, salaries within the operating budget. So, I included her, determination, in SharePoint. So I think, according to, our consultant, we can use it towards the general fund, operating budget.
Salaries. Any comments from the board?
I had sent a follow-up question to Elizabeth and Jennifer and Nelson. I don't know if you guys saw that. I put it this afternoon into SharePoint. I had asked if it was 93 or 100. She said if 7K was already spent, and the auditors have indicated 93K remain, which is what they did in June when we met with the auditors. So she would say it's 93K. It doesn't have to be HR because it wasn't specified as being for HR. That was the other question. And we, the Board of Selectmen, can determine how the ARPA funds are spent. Doesn't require a town meeting vote.
Right.
So I wanted this settled before our interim TA came in so that we knew what that was there or not. And one option, because we had in the budget planned to use these funds for FY26, something to discuss could be to reinstate the monies for the non-union employees that they gave up in FY26. So that's one thing to think about. These are one-time funds. Another option is to use it to create a position that could be funded through the end of, to further fund HR, however we can think about that, through the end of 26, calendar year 26. Because it's December 2026. So that gives us an additional 6 months possibly of HR after. I have a lot of thoughts on this money, none of which are housing trust, which is where we had originally, and we being the select board from 2020 to 2023, had originally planned for this to be spent. But we designated it in her final report as salary, and it's generic salary. So there are a lot of options. I know that
I think those employees who did not receive increases this year, that would be a small fraction of this, which is nice, like 13,000.
Well, we can 15? Look at all but the library, essentially.
Then a couple other non-union employees scattered.
Correct. And so we could look at that. And I hate to again use one-time funds for fiscal year 27. And these are one-time funds. But if it makes it even if it makes the employees whole, I'm not opposed. And there may be others left, which could allow us to fund the HR position through December of 2026.
I just want to add that the HR position, when the select board voted December of last year, it had already funded that position for the first half of FY '27. That was already earmarked, so.
I didn't think so.
That was before me.
It was.
Before
Look at
Val.
that. I thought it was, I know that we intended to do that, but I thought it got backed out by half a year somehow.
Yeah,
I
could be wrong. Always a possibility.
I'll need to, I don't want to give an
Yeah,
answer right
no,
now
I know.
before,
It's just something that we can think about.
And wage money, could it also go into like consultancy type one-time expenses? Or wages for a consultant, or perhaps
I am guessing it's probably an employee, because it's ARPA money. And it had to be for an employee. Like, we couldn't use it. We'd have to look at the rules. That might be a question for Jennifer at CSS.
could it be a wage for ABC Consulting to provide?
But is it a wage?
Yeah.
That's where the question comes in. And there were rules around this. I seem to remember. There were things that we could use it for, and things that we couldn't, as far as employees went.
Okay.
And I don't remember what all of those were. And the rules changed from when we initially did things to when I came back as a selectman. There were rule changes.
Yeah, you could also use it to offset, insurance deductibles for employees who are interested in that third option.
I'm not so sure you can do that. That's different from wages. Depends on how you do it, how you designate it. So I don't know, things to think about. So just good things to think about.
Creative approaches.
Right.
Yeah. It was good to hear that we can use it though.
so it's, the board can decide, in the coming weeks and months, the best way to expend the remainder of that money. So, yeah, it's good that we got determination from, CSS.
okay. 4.7, review, discuss letter to state fire special municipal employee. I didn't see anything in the folder.
This to the 6th,
Six,
to 1/6, yeah.
January 6th agenda is growing.
It is, isn't it?
Okay. 4 point update. There is a form for considered motions to convene an executive session that was in your SharePoint. Was discussed by the committee. It was also edited, and then you have what we have as an accepted document to go with the onboarding and the handbook.
So can I talk about this a little bit? I think it's good to have this, but I'm wondering if the language changes in the open meeting law, like, should we reference the open meeting law handbook for this? As opposed to, in general, when you're doing something that has language that comes from something that's generated by the state, I feel it's better to reference the place versus, so in other words, I might make it more, more open as far as.
I understand what you're saying.
I making it a template. This is what the motion looks like. And then have a blank, reference the open meeting law handbook, that they should all volunteers should receive that. And it was updated maybe December of last year or something. But but it tends to get changed every time a new governor comes in or attorney general or whatever. And so I just think that I would make it a more generic motion as opposed to going through for each purpose, because even the purpose numbers could change. We don't know. And the wording could change. So
A reference should be at each purpose. I mean, this is more to, okay, this is more, the language here is more to get them used to what it might be in a committee or board meeting that they go to.
I'm just saying that this might need to be updated more frequently than what you would normally want to update it. And so it might be better to just say, generic template, I blank move to convene an open session at time pursuant to, and then big blank, open meeting law purposes from, and reference from the open meeting law handbook. And then,
There's a public body checklist for entering into executive session. That also, this is what I used previously. They kind of, there is some overlap, but you know, it must be listed as, it must be community open session first. During the open session, the chair must state the purpose. That's what this is. The chair must state all subjects. Chair must publicly announce whether the public body will return to open session. Some of the purposes are subject to requirements specific to that purpose. So, you know, the public body, maybe referencing this is good because it talks specifically about, I mean, I think a lot of this is probably really only for the select board so far as notifying an employee if they're going to be discussed.
well, it could happen in another
Water
board.
could happen in water.
Yeah. All I'm saying is I would make it as general as possible with getting the specifics in there when you need to, just so someone knows how to do it. That's all. Because of the nature of the handbook updates, that's all. Because every time that handbook gets updated, which isn't all that often, this would need to be updated as well. Someone would need to have to go in and check it, where if you made it pretty generic and referenced where these purposes are, you know, and used generic language to say, read the purpose from the handbook, and then,
Okay.
anyway, that's all I have to say.
Feedback back to the committee and with just a thought in that actually any of the templates we are providing are starting points for them and may change. Just like, I mean, if something happened and we saw a need to change a particular form, we would do that. It's not the law. It's something that anything that gets updated, we would update that on board.
Well, I saw the VBCC as a temporary committee over a few months to get things, you know, standard for all boards and committees and volunteers.
Yeah.
And so I don't see it as being a standing committee. In other words, I see where it would eventually, once things are in place, that it isn't something that somebody would be looking at to update maybe 3 years down the road or something. But that's why I would, in other words, well, it's whatever.
I mean, I would.
That's all I have to say.
We can't hear you, Lori.
I'll bring this back to them.
Okay, that would be
In
good.
particular, I just like, I maybe reference that I think anybody who's going to be calling executive session and has never done it before, you can just call in to the state and be like, hey,
How do I
it's
do
free. Can you help me with this? This is the purpose.
Yeah.
Just a thought. They don't want us to get into trouble.
Yep.
I mean, the harder part is picking which purpose.
Yeah.
I think, you know, and I would not want to provide guidance for that. So, otherwise it's just making a motion to move into executive session at a time for whatever the purpose is.
Okay, I'll feed that back to them. 4.9, clarification of Townsend First policy. Any discussion?
I wasn't sure.
Me either.
Might be missing some context here.
Well, I always thought it was just vendors and contractors. Until I think, Nelson, you mentioned employees.
No, I don't believe so. No, I didn't mention anything, but I thought it was just doing business with, vendors, contractors.
Okay,
Um,
paragraph does
um,
refer to resident and,
Yeah, it does. But I wasn't the one that mentioned it, so,
It says advertising any job expansion or hiring of new employees first to town residents. Maybe we want to look at this policy.
I think you were when it was drafted.
I was on the board when it was drafted, yes.
So I think that's 3 years. I mean, if it's worth another look, we can do that too. It still
Yeah,
says
we're going on to 4 years, yeah. This was reviewed by town council.
Yep.
The goal that was to support like a post-COVID.
Right, to do local
Yeah,
as
local.
opposed to, yeah. That was the intent.
yeah. But I think the most important language is all factors being equal. So, you're not going to hire, say, a town resident whose qualifications are completely not what you're looking for just because they're a town resident, but if the resume and experience is very similar to an outside living outside Townsend, then the edge in theory might go to the Townsend resident.
If everything's the same, but they're for 123 Main Street, Townsend, they get a plus point, and that's what.
Yeah.
The winning.
Yeah.
The winning
Right.
person, the winning bid, however they shake out.
It's to support local.
Yeah.
Is what it's intended to be. So.
123 Main Street, there might be something there. Actually, I think there is a structure there. I don't know if someone lives there.
Anyway, it's good to look at things 3 to 5 years after they're done, not 10 or 20, which we've been addressing some.
I mean, this is about 4 years, so, and I think it's a valid policy still. I just would want to make sure that we understand the terms of it.
Parameters.
The parameters, yeah.
All right, well,
I still support this policy.
okay.
Um,
If either of you see anything different that you'd like it to be brought up again or tweaked,
well,
I'm open.
I think I would like to look through, and maybe what we can do is, identify anything that we need to add to this, perhaps. The all things being equal.
Okay.
It does say that the requirement to give preference to the lowest responsible bidder would take preference.
Yeah.
Over the Townsend First policy.
Right.
You want to chew it over and I can have it on the second meeting in January if you see
Yeah,
something?
not the 6th. Give us a little bit of time.
Okay, we'll do that.
All
Second,
right. Is that the 20th? Is that our next one?
Mhm.
410 surplus request Townsend Fire EMS. Motion,
Ivana Goodrich, move to approve the surplus request of the Townsend Fire EMS Department for 2002 Emergency Fire E1 truck retired engine number 3 dated December 9th, 2025. In second?
I will second it. Veronica Kell second. I thought though that if it's,
To be signed out of session.
but is there something more than just the notice to us? Because I thought that by the, in other words, has there been a sale or some such thing? I thought surplus requests were for less than $10,000 or some such thing.
I think they're
So,
trying to do some research to figure out the market value of the truck. And then at that point, sell it. So I feel like maybe they should do their research and then come back to the board with their surplus requests.
So the letter from the fire chief, Honorable Select Board, December 9th, the Townsend Fire Department EMS would like to surplus the 2002 emergency fire truck, bid number, blah, blah, blah. The intention would be to research and attempt to market the truck for the highest value to a retail customer. Variety of options to sell fire apparatus online or through other affiliated resources. We'll research, advertise, and hope to enter into a purchase and sale agreement, which I will keep my liaison informed of the price prior to executing the sale. It is my understanding that these funds will be returned to the general fund. From the fire chief.
so on policies, it's not surplus policy, it's something.
So is this saying we agree to whatever prices? It's kind of just
I don't think we have to
do anything.
do a disposition of surplus property. Departments desiring to dispose of surplus items with an estimated value of less than 10,000 shall follow these procedures. This policy shall not apply to real property. Now, is that real property? In my mind, it is, but so
Probably over $10,000.
I expected to see this under communications is where I expected to see this, not to be,
Well, the fire chief lays out the steps that they're gonna take. They're gonna research,
right,
provide a
Advertise.
marketplace report, share it with liaison,
yes,
and then essentially get an approval from the select board or from the liaison to say, we got offered $12,000 for the pickup truck. Can I move forward?
right,
And in this current marketplace and environment, you probably say yes.
yes.
And it does, but it doesn't even sound like we necessarily need that vote.
I don't think we do, but it's good to know what it's gonna be, so I can make that determination after. In other words, I think that the fire chief can do what he describes in there. I don't think we have to sign off on it because
It's over $10,000.
it's over 10,000.
And then-
More than likely,
It would be a communication follow-up, so come March 1st, the truck's been sold, the title's been passed. The liaison says the general fund received $12,000 for the pickup truck that the fire department had as a surplus piece of equipment.
exactly.
End of story.
So
We don't need.
I don't think we need to vote, is what I'm saying.
Probably take no action.
Yeah. Let the fire department take the action and then we'll see if we need more action.
Does that make sense, Lori?
yeah, so you're making a motion to take no action?
You got it. So moved.
Second,
And you are?
Oh, sorry. I, Valerie Goodrich. Move to take no action.
Veronica Cal seconds.
Okay, no discussion is needed. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye. 4.11. Review, discuss transition plan and offboarding administrator. How was the party today?
The potluck, it was fun, a good turnout. It was nice to see the staff,
Someone gave me cake.
Yeah.
breaking bread, smiling, laughing. So it was a good time.
So we have some employee action forms here regarding town administrator to sign by the board.
Okay.
So they include, one second, what are we on?
They're offboarding.
Is it this one or is it? Yes, okay, the offboarding checklist. All right, all of this.
Yeah, that's part of the HR offboarding process. So
There's
nothing-
a page here for signature for the resource and facility access form.
Yeah, that's for Guardian to disable my email, my fob, things like that.
So Lori, these all have a place just for department head or board chairman. So in this case, it would just be you.
Okay. I don't have that form.
It's
Nope.
in,
It's like there's a resource facility access form change, and then there's the employee action form is in SharePoint.
All of it is though.
Yeah, all of them are in there.
Yeah.
Is there anything that needs to be voted on?
No, but I mean, if you wanted, you could assign Veronica to sign them in your place if you wanted to. I mean,
or Valerie.
it's up to you.
Okay. Well, certainly the clerk could do it. Do I have to, is there a motion to have somebody sign it is needed?
Sure, if you want. Can make a motion to sign the town administrator's offboarding
Are you?
documentation. Oh, I can't make a motion actually because sorry, that would be for me.
I move, Veronica Cal moves for Valerie Goodrich, the clerk of the board, to sign the documentation for offboarding of the town administrator.
I, Laura Schifrin, second the motion. And I'm gonna assume that all the documents are from Callie.
Yep, Kelly
I
and
believe
Sabrina.
so, yeah.
Okay.
It's basically just, they're all in there, employee action form. And then just the access. Gonna lock you out, Nelson.
That's fine.
We're done.
Yeah. You guys have to vote.
Oh, roll call.
Yeah, everything's in name, right? Sorry. I'm looking for my list. Okay.
We gonna vote this one or are we still discussing?
I think that we have to add to the motion to sign out of session
I can sign right
or
here.
sign right now.
Yep.
Or does that happen on the day of?
These are just, they have dates on them, so it's effective, so you can sign them at any point.
Okay.
Some of them have already been signed, one of them has already been signed by Callie. So the request date is on all of them, so they can be signed at any point.
Okay, so does Nelson sign those as well?
Well, town administrator signature is here, but I believe because of the select board signing it, that would override the need for the town administrator signature. But the town administrator signature is not needed on the resource access form.
I see. Okay. Okay, so signed here. Roll call, vote,
Can I,
or do you have more to say?
I'm just asking a question about the general topic on the agenda. It says to discuss the transition plan and offboarding.
Do you want to vote on this signature first and then discuss that?
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Veronica Cal, I.
Laura Schifrin, aye.
I'm staying.
All right.
You're-
Since it's about
You're
you.
gonna, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that is the offboarding part, and then
Mhm.
discuss a transition plan.
So I guess the question is, and we can probably talk about this more on next week in the meeting that we have, to appoint the interim. But
Oh,
I
yeah.
wanted to discuss transition. We could do that next week in that meeting, correct?
Okay. We're
And
gonna-
then I wanted to talk about, but it might be under 5.1. What are we thinking that the town administrator will complete for us before he leaves? And where, I guess that's more important than what the interim town administrator does at this point. You know, we can talk more about that after we see where we are. We only see your mouth moving, Laurie.
Jeez, I don't understand. Do you hear me
You
now?
might be- Now we hear you. It might be that you're sitting back from the speaker.
Okay, so
It-
I would like to go to what you expect before he leaves at 5.1.
Okay, then I'm good.
Transition to Tuesday's meeting. Sometime, I don't know when, but sometime on Tuesday morning, we will be meeting. The
All right,
discussion.
just let me know.
For what discussion? Didn't hear you.
Transition. Are you not hearing me?
If you sit back,
No.
try it, move
Sitting
back.
forward.
No, I think it's your connection. It's choppy at times, so, yeah. So maybe, turn off your yeah, that might be
I
better.
mean,
Yep, we'll see if that, sort of.
I'm talking.
Yes, we can hear you right now.
Okay,
All right.
so we were at, God. The transition is being moved to Tuesday's meeting,
Okay.
and that is the 23rd. In the end, I just don't have a time yet. Item is 4.13.
Well, I think it's 4.12.
4.12.
Well,
Oh, yeah. New comment on Townsend Delta Economic Development Project Report. Got the report and do this on January 6th. Whatever comments you have, we'll still have time to send to planning board because they're meeting on the 12th.
okay,
Okay?
so let's move it to the 6th. Yep.
I'm moving the 12 to the 6th, giving the select board enough time to write down their comments. And on the 6th, we will forward our comments to planning. Okay?
That works.
Approve J.W. Shaw residential and municipal contract. Nelson?
So the trash contract, which with GW Shaw, which is the residential and the municipal buildings, has been, signed by the Board of Health, vetted by, town council, and, signed off by the town accountant. So I think
We're fine and good?
the contract is where we want it to be.
Okay, so I understood at the joint meeting, everyone seemed to be satisfied. Joint meeting with Board of Health. Is there a motion to sign out of session?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the GW Shaw residential and municipal contract contingent upon town council review, the signature stamp out of session.
Does it need to? I thought it was already
It
reviewed.
was already reviewed, but hasn't he signed it? Does he?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, that's not necessarily in the motion. We just need for the select board to sign out of session, please? Or no?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent my signature stamp.
Oh, okay. And there was a second?
Veronica Cal second.
Valerie, did you say your name?
Yes, I did this time.
I'm sorry. Any more discussion? Any further?
The one thing I would like to say is that Elizabeth Breccia, our town accountant, sent me the spreadsheet, and she asked that I send it to all of you and to the FinCom. I forwarded it to Sabrina. It just came, I think it was today, either last night or today. Have you seen it?
No.
No, I forwarded it to Sabrina and I asked that she send it to you guys and to the FinCom because I don't have the email addresses for the FinCom and I don't know if there's a finance committee whatever, like there's a, select board at townsendma.gov. I don't know if there's a finance committee generic that sends to all of them. And she wanted to be notified of all of the select board email addresses and the FinCom email addresses so that she could, in the future, she said she would send these monthly. It's the one that we talked about in the joint meeting where it shows what the actuals are and then also what the, projections are.
Expenditure report,
Pardon me?
the expenditure report each month.
Pretty much, yeah, so that we can see where it is, how it's tracking. I had a couple questions on it, but I'll send them to Elizabeth. The questions were, it looked like she had 58,000 in there, which was the July-August contract, as opposed to the current. And I thought we were paying the tonnage in this. In other words, I thought there was a monthly and a tonnage in this. Is that right, Nelson?
Correct.
Yeah, and I didn't see that reflected, but I might not be reading the thing correctly. So anyway, yeah, so you should look for that in email and then it should be coming monthly. Once she has the numbers in, she'll send it to us so that we can keep track
Okay,
for the fiscal year.
that's great. Good idea. We'll all look forward to seeing those. Okay, so down to,
We need to vote. We need to vote.
oh, to sign on a session, signature
Okay.
stamp. Okay, I got it. Any further?
Veronica Cal, I.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schiffer and I.
Just in case. I wasn't sure for that.
More times we vote, the better. Of course, there's probably in every meeting law against that. You vote too many times.
Hear me?
Sorry. Yes.
Sometimes.
Oh, God. All right. 5.1. Oh, no. But, no. We did,
Yes, 5.1. You're right, Lauren.
okay, 5.1. Get away.
Okay, let me get to it. As I'm going through. All right, this is the report on the goals. So I think we need to put this again. I want to talk today, but I think we need it again on the 1/6 agenda so that we can meet with our interim TA to discuss things. But anyway, I've been making a list and the ARPA fund status is taken care of. The water lawsuit is taken care of. The budget. I guess the one thing that isn't covered either today, and I have questions on the MS4, but anyway, is the DLS status, the status of the
Financial review?
the financial
Management
review.
review.
I thought it was supposed to take place in the fall, and we are now in winter as of tomorrow, I guess.
We haven't heard anything, so.
I think we're just we're on a list and they go in order.
Yeah.
So it will be when they get there, from
Okay,
what I understand.
so could you confirm the list, Nelson? I think I want to know where we are in that. More for the interim TA than for anything else.
I haven't seen, where we are on the list or how long that list is. They said they would contact us and they haven't, so I'm not.
Are they gonna contact the town administrator or are they gonna contact the town clerk? Because it was not the select board that made the initial request.
It was the finance committee. I don't know who they're gonna be
We
contacting.
did get one email from someone, didn't you?
Yeah, that they would, they acknowledged our, request and that they would get back to us, you know, when they were ready to schedule something, but.
Who's that your request?
Was
I
this,
think it was,
I have no
I think it was
idea.
the finance committee or
Remember,
something.
decided to provide you the contact person, just basically take your grants when
Yeah,
it's.
it might have just been like a email to the state. I don't know. We weren't part of that process, so.
When I reached
Yeah.
out, they said they'd coordinate with everybody once they got here.
Yeah.
Once they
Okay,
were ready.
that's cool. I'm good with that. So
To be
I
as
did-
unbiased
These
and-
are just the
They
things
try to be
I
as
didn't
unbiased
want
as
to get
possible, so.
lost. So it was the letter for the treasurer. We did that. The Harbor, Old Central Fire Stations, that's further down. MS4 details. Funds, ARPA fund status. Lawsuit, the budget. And we're gonna meet tomorrow morning to discuss that, correct?
Yeah, before.
Yeah.
Yep.
Chief Procurement Officer and Hearing Officer assigned to the interim TA, DLS status. Those are the things on my list at this point. So, I don't know if anybody else had anything else.
I think that I have a couple of things I can just check with Nelson on. I think we discussed in executive session the document request, so that was what I was gonna.
I couldn't hear what you said, Val.
Don't worry about it, I'm mumbling. It wasn't important.
Let me know
Okay.
when you're ready to go on 5.3, the update on TCAM.
Go for it.
Has Dave gotten back to you, Nelson?
I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet. He is aware that, you know, the TCAM contract also needs to be, renewed. Bill Solomon, who was here earlier, representing the town on the Comcast contract, he has agreed to represent us in the TCAM, contract negotiations. So, I'll touch base with Dave tomorrow to make sure that, you know, him and you know, TCAM legal are, you know, this is on their radar so that we can start in earnest, you know, discussing the contract renewal once the Comcast is signed, which is gonna be out of session, you know, shortly after this meeting ends. So, I'll let them know that, you know, essentially the Comcast contract is now signed and we should start working on the TCAM renewal.
Okay. 4. The fire station and Old Central Fire Station.
So I had Adam draft up a lease agreement for both locations. They're in SharePoint for your review. So, you know, you guys can take a look at it and maybe, potentially sign it, as early as January 6th.
Who are we addressing questions to? And that's my first. My second question is, so I went through it. I have a bunch of stuff here that
Yeah,
I wanna,
someone brought up actually an important question that they thought anything over a 30-year lease actually had to go through the legislature. And I
I
haven't,
don't think that's true.
But
I
a
don't know.
meeting-
I think.
oh, no, no,
people make
yeah,
stuff
so I
up.
haven't had time to ask, because town meeting voted on a 50-year
50,
lease, it was 2024, 2023.
It was May 2024
And
and Adam was
vetted it.
our,
Yeah, so
vetted it.
that's fine,
Yeah.
as long as it was
so I'm sure it was legitimate.
just as a question,
I don't have any qualms about that.
that's fine.
So the thing I think that, I mean, it's difficult to read this. It's not an easy lease to read. It's not particularly user-friendly. It needs to be fed through the AI engine so that someone can summarize it and tell you what it says. But in any event, I did go through it. I think that at some point, Fire EMS, before we sign it, they need to see this as well.
Not
as
Fire EMS, it's the Relief Association.
the Relief, Fire EMS Relief
Yeah.
Association. And the rent, for the rent. That's something I think we could talk about today, because I think that it should be $1 annually, paid on 15th of January during the lease term. And because that is what we rent the soccer fields for. So that would be one of the big questions, and that's why I chose that. And then I had a question in section 11, the use of premises and hours of operation. This is limiting it to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days per week. But what if you want to have an evening event or some such thing? So I want to discuss the hours on that. I think that limiting hours is not in our purview. So I mean, the idea when we wrote, and I was on the board when the RFP was written. It wasn't posted until a few months after I left. But in any event, the survey to the town for the old buildings on what the people saw as the uses of those old buildings, that no one ever bid, as far as I know, on the old library. But it was the old library, the old fire, and the old Central Harbor fire stations. The idea was to lease it to an organization who would do what they wanted. And so I don't see limiting the hours of use of the building within our purview. I'm just giving you my thoughts on this.
Yeah, so if we have any, questions or concerns, you know, we should address them to Adam, because it was him and his associate who drafted this up, so, you know, I don't really have.
And this is for 65 Main Street and 8 Elm Street.
Yeah, well, each one
They're
would have,
two
each one
separate.
would have a separate lease
Yes.
agreement, correct?
The mechanics liens, I wanted to know the purpose of that section. This, repairs, all repairs estimated costs more than $10,000 shall be made only with the town's prior written consent. I don't see that as really something that, we can talk about it. And then time periods for repairs to the building. I would make those, I don't say take them out. I would just be more lenient than what this lease is doing. So I have a lot of questions on it. So should I be sending my questions to Adam? When do we get a chance to talk about this, is what it comes down to.
Lori?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Um, I have no problem with you sending your questions to Adam. And
I have
then,
a couple.
okay,
What are yours?
It's
Just,
similar, well, I mean, I have a feeling that yours cover mine. Mine was I mean, I guess my main question was, is that if we're good with 50 and if everybody, that's an easy question for me to ask and it takes 2 seconds, so.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm good with 50. It was voted by the
Yeah, no,
people.
I just want to make sure it's all copacetic. And then,
Why would it not be?
No,
If,
it was
if the
just-
warrant articles were approved by town
Yeah.
council.
yeah, that's exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
You can, I would
Anything
say shoot those out and then, because you had the two that I was wondering about was the hours
yeah.
and then repairs and the mandatory nature of repairs.
else? Yeah, that was kind
Because it
of,
seems like if someone's leasing a building, like they are, yeah, I didn't understand that.
okay, it was, I mean, I could
It's a little
fix
different,
the building.
it's different than the
Um,
Tesa Fields, right? Because, I mean, they're doing improvements on them.
And it's in the lease.
Yeah.
That we allow, that, anyway, it's,
Yeah.
you'd have to read their lease to, it.
This one,
And Adam also
this seemed
worked on
very
that lease.
different. than
They're
the
two
Tesa
very
lease.
different leases.
So,
And so, anyway, okay. So, and I would, it's in, because the other one is just like this. So the questions are for both of them. All right, I'll shoot my questions to Adam. I think it was someone named Joe that worked on this. Can't remember his last name, Joe somebody. And we'll put this on, the 6th, because I'd like to get this signed and out there ASAP.
Okay. Very good. We don't need we don't need a motion now, but we'll put this on the 6th.
And hopefully I'll have answers to this by then, and hopefully, and it should get disseminated to all of you.
Yeah.
As well, so.
Because of the holidays or whatever. For sure.
We got every other word on that, Laurie, so try again, please.
Please. Can you hear me?
Now we
Can,
can hear you, yeah, it's just that we can hear you, but it goes in and out every other word.
I don't know if it's the reception here or what. This will be moved to the 6th.
Okay.
5.5.
I did ask Dawn about the 3 dates that the select board had floated. February 3rd, the 10th, and the 17th. He said he would share it with his committee, so I have not heard back yet.
I also mentioned it outside the joint meeting with Board of Health. So there was 2 FinCom members there just to make sure they heard it. More than just from Chair.
Okay. So still waiting to confirm if those 3 dates would work for them for joint meetings.
Okay. So we have time because obviously, hopefully we can know that by January 6th. So we can plan for February. 5.6, status of the lease agreement or the draft agreement with Spalding Memorial School.
I'd like to move 5.6 and 5.7 to a time when we can get a school committee member here to explain the update. It was a little short notice because it was just last week that I contacted them. It's busy time of year because these have a ton of history, way beyond us, way beyond.
I had thought Spalding was approved. We
Yeah,
voted
I'm
on it.
particularly talking about 5.7 in this case.
Mhm, that one has a whole.
Yeah, because we just mentioned it at the budget meeting this week and they're like, yeah, like it's this, the school committee is aware of this. And having them give us an update is way better in person than me trying to communicate what they're thinking.
Can we do that on the 20th?
Yes.
Let me reach out and see if we can get someone here on the 20th.
Okay, that would be good. I know I attended meetings for the district agreement that Randy was running.
Yeah, and
At the
I reached out and
time.
talked to a few other people who were on that, and they didn't even, it was like, they had handwritten notes, they think, they didn't even, there wasn't even a lot of.
I don't know, but she did hold meetings
Yes,
on different parts of it.
Yep.
And, anyway,
so there was a lot of work done on it, and it's
Yeah.
actually, and so the trick is it hasn't moved to the whole school committee. Is what the trick is, so it never went beyond that, from what I understand.
died in committee.
Yes, and so the old, just so everybody's aware, the old agreement still stands. It's not that we don't
Yes.
have an agreement, it's just that the agreement is from like 1960s, or when did they say? It was old.
Yeah.
So,
I guess my other question, and you're the liaison, so maybe you know, is on for Spalding. I see that rec did the idea when we did this was that rec would be able to use Spalding, and we were cutting off the ball fields from being under this control. So is there an agreement with the ball fields with that, because they've done a lot of work over there?
yeah, so that's, I have to get clarification.
And so I thought this was, this was probably fall of 2022 when we did this, is my guess. I don't know if there's a date on this. And I know that we, the Board of Selectmen, December 2022. And I was the chair of the Board of Selectmen, and I am certain we voted on this. But I guess it never went anywhere. I'll have to look at old meetings.
Yep.
So yeah, the 20th, Lori, is that good? For if we can get a school
Put it
committee
down.
person? Okay, thank you.
All right, so now we're going into our first reading of 3. Or
So,
Valerie.
yes, so, I had a question that I posed to council when I read the federal funds policy. And I uploaded that to SharePoint. If anybody got a chance to look at it. Yes, so, essentially, our federal funds policy has kind of a clarification item to it, which is in section 2. It basically says, is the policy of select board to respect the authority of town boards, yada, yada. The following are authorized to accept grants and gifts of federal funds for their designated purposes. And it says the select board, the town administrator, the school committee. And then it says other boards or commissions or departments may accept a federal grant for its authorized purpose with prior approval of select board. So just because I come from library trustees, the way I understood Mass General Law with regards to trustees was that they also fall kind of outside of the select board with regards to funds delineated to go to the library. So if they applied for a federal grant, the select board would not have to approve that. It would have to go through the normal accounting procedures. But so I kind of.
Are you sure on that?
Well, so that's why I went to Adam for clarification.
And
that's why I specifically said, and he basically said that we have that section where it delineates who can accept. And that's what makes this a little different. If that makes sense. Do you want me to explain?
no, I think I understand. But when anything like that has happened before, it comes to the select board. We don't, it's like a blanket approval.
Yeah.
And I don't want to change that.
So I guess it's a little bit of like a gray area.
Here's my reason.
Yeah.
That opens the door for exempting all boards in town.
Well, but it doesn't, because Mass General Law specifically, other boards do not have the care and custody of property usually. The library is separate because the trustees specifically, like, we can say you have X number of dollars, but how it's spent is under the guidance of the trustees, not the select board.
That is correct.
Yeah, so in regards to this, it was just, we could put it in there basically is what. But it doesn't, you'd have to have a reason under Mass General Law to make an exception. The library trustees kind of do, like the
Kind of.
Board of Health, it doesn't have an exception, or the, conservation, in terms of accepting monies, the board itself accepting monies. Does that make sense? Because so the library trustees, they could enter into an agreement with, I'm not saying this is happening, with Pepperell to form a joint library. And that would be the trustees of both libraries that entered into that agreement. And so the trustees enter into the agreement for the IT services for the library, not the select board.
That is correct.
So I just didn't know if.
Same is true with the water department.
Yeah, because they're separate, entirely separate legal entities. Well, not entirely,
No,
sorry.
They're not. They're, I am a no on that.
Okay.
Where there's a specific carve out for school committee or for the schools, I don't see a specific carve out.
Yeah,
It's a tangential, maybe sort of.
Yeah.
It's not a specific carve out, and so I'm a no.
Okay.
Because it opens a door that I don't want to open.
I was
Not for the library.
Yeah.
It opens the door, and so I'm a no.
I
In
did
other
find
words,
it interesting.
if it was there, I would have thought that because this policy came from town council, I would have thought it would have been put in.
The reason I thought it was interesting is because our policy does specifically carve out who is authorized, which is not actually necessary. Does that make sense?
It
So-
will be necessary.
What? So, the acceptance of grants, yada, yada, yada. That said, your proposed federal funds policy does require select board approval, except as exempt. So the statute, Mass General Law 4453A, the statute doesn't require select board approval of the acceptance of a gift or grant, only its subsequent expenditure. Our federal funds policy does require select board approval. So it's different than Mass General Law, which doesn't actually require select board approval.
Okay,
That was just the way I was kind of reading it. And it's fine.
it's no.
Okay.
Not that I wouldn't consider at another time.
Yeah.
No.
It's fine. No, I wanted to bring it up. I mean, Adam deferred to the select board for this specific thing, probably because it could go either way.
Right.
Because Mass General Library Commissioners say yes. Could go either way.
That's me.
Yeah.
Are we gonna have a hearing, a first reading?
First reading, not a hearing.
Well,
A reading.
I mean, I'm fine doing the first reading, and if anything comes up before the second one.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. If I find anything else out or think of something different or talk to MBLC, but okay, I'll do the first reading.
We'll have a second reading, so got time.
So this is a new policy.
Yes.
Can I ask when this actually was requested?
It was from the auditors.
Okay, so the auditors.
Yeah, they
Question.
noticed that we did not have a federal fund policy, so part of their audit report.
That's helpful because sometimes you don't know if someone requests it and there's background there. If the auditors requesting it actually makes me feel better, if that counts.
Good.
Okay, I'll do a first reading. This is a new policy, acceptance of federal funds policy. Number one, purpose. The purpose of this policy is to establish consistent procedures for the acceptance and administration of federal grant revenue and related funds by the town of Townsend. The town recognizes the value of federal assistance, but also the need for fiscal oversight, compliance with federal and state law, and accountability to the community. The policy ensures that all departments, boards, commissions, officials set in accordance with MGL Chapter 44, Section 53A, the town charter, and applicable federal regulations, 2 CFR Part 200 Uniform Guidance, when accepting or expending federal grant funds. 2, town boards authorized to accept federal grants. It is the policy of the select board to respect the authority of town boards, commissions, committees, departments, and officials to accept grants as provided by statute in the town's charter. The following are authorized to accept grants and gifts of federal funds for their designated purposes. Number 1, select board is authorized under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, to accept grants and gifts of money, tangible personal property, or real estate on behalf of the town, subject to the conditions of the grant and town meeting appropriation when required. Number 2, town administrator may, upon delegation from the select board, sign and manage federal grant agreements, coordinate application, and ensure compliance with applicable requirements. Number 3, school committee is authorized under Mass General Law 71, Section 37A, and Chapter 44, Section 53A, to accept and expend federal grants for educational purposes, subject to school department accounting controls and the town accountant's oversight. Number 4, other boards or commissions or departments may accept a federal grant for its authorized purpose with prior approval of the select board and subject to all accounting and reporting requirements of this policy. Number 3, evaluation criteria for federal grants. Before acceptance, the donee board, committee, or department must consider the following: whether the grant serves a legitimate municipal purpose consistent with the town's needs. 2, whether the grant is restricted or unrestricted and whether the restrictions are practical. 3, whether the grant imposes additional long-term costs or obligations of the town. 4, whether the federal requirements are achievable. 5, whether the town has the capacity to administer the grant in compliance with CFR 200. 6, whether the grant's goals or expenditures could create a future financial burden on the town. 4, protocol for accepting federal grants. Upon award, the department shall provide the select board with the award notice and grant terms, a budget summary, funding period, and any obligations or conditions. The select board shall vote to accept the grant under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and authorize the town administrator or department head to execute the necessary agreement. Number 5, deposit of funds. All funds received shall be deposited with the town treasurer within 5 business days of receipt. A copy of the award and budget must be filed with the town accountant. Each grant shall be assigned a separate fund number to ensure proper reporting. 6, accounting and financial administration. The town treasurer and accountant are jointly responsible for the financial administration of all federal grant funds. Each department receiving funds shall deposit all revenues to the treasurer, provided copies of the award, terms, and approvals to the account within 30 days of acceptance. Excuse me. The accountant shall establish separate accounting records for each grant, ensure compliance with uniform guidance, and state accounting standards, report annually to the select board and town meeting the status of all active federal grants. Interest or program. Interest or program income generated by a grant shall be handled in accordance with grant conditions or covered to the town's general fund if unrestricted. I'm gonna have you finish it, Veronica.
Okay, number 7, oversight and reporting. The town administrator shall maintain a register of all federal grants accepted by town departments. Quarterly, the town accountant shall provide the select board with a status report on all active federal grants, including expenditures, balances, and pending deadlines. The town shall comply with all federal audit and reporting requirements. Annual review. This policy shall be reviewed at least every 3 years or sooner if federal or state regulations change. Any amendments shall be approved by vote of the select board. And that is it, Lori.
Very good. Thank you for filling in there.
Can't do it. Sorry.
Okay.
Not today.
You want me to read the next one? I don't know.
Probably.
Go ahead, Veronica.
All right, so we're moving on to whatever number this is.
It is 5.9, the website content policy.
I think I have PTSD from that really long one or something.
All right. So this is a new policy as well. Was this one also through the by the auditors at all? Or was
This is
The
out.
website content. Would-
content policy? Right. We didn't have, we talked about this a lot, but we never really did it.
I didn't have any questions on this one. This one made total sense.
I agree. Number one, purpose. This is a new policy. The purpose of the town's website, the website, is one, to make updated factual information about the town, its departments, its public bodies, and the services they and their affiliates provide to the public and/or town residents, readily available in electronic form at a single online location, https://www.townsendma.gov. And two, to collect information from website users to the extent that doing so furthers the town's business interests and its ability to serve the public and its residents. By creating and maintaining the website and posting content thereon, including without limitation, posting third-party content and collecting information from the public and town residents to further the town's business interests, the town does not, nor has it ever intended for the website to serve as a forum for free expression by the public. Accordingly, neither this policy, the town's choice of what content to post on the website, nor the manner in which it makes such choice should be interpreted as designating the website as a public forum. To the contrary, all content on the website is an expression of the town's official sentiments. The town is speaking for itself. The website is therefore government speech to which the free speech clause of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution does not apply. In addition, no event held on town property or elsewhere related to third-party content posted on the website shall have any effect on the town's intent as set forth above. Number two, website administrator and website user. The town administrator will appoint a website administrator who will be responsible for ensuring that the website is operating as intended by providing all necessary maintenance and technical support, and who shall be the only person authorized to post, remove, or modify content thereon. The name and the town email address and telephone number of the website administrator will be available on the website. For the purposes of this policy, user means a person using the website in his or her capacity as a private individual, not as an official, employee, or agent of the town or of any other public entity. Number three, permitted content. The town administrator and website administrator will determine what content is posted on the website. All content on the website must further the town's business interests and its ability to serve the public and its residents. All town departments, public bodies, and officials are encouraged to contact the website administrator to post content to the website that is consistent with the purpose set forth in this Section 3 and Section 1 above. Third-party organizations or individuals who want to post content to the website may apply to do so by contacting the website administrator. Number four, prohibited, and that's spelled wrong, prohibited content. The following and links to the same are within limitation examples of what content is prohibited from being posted on the website. A, true threats. B, incitements to imminent lawless conduct. C, statements that were found by a court of law to be defamatory. D, sexually explicit content made to appeal to prurient interests. E, opinions or endorsements regarding candidates for office, political issues, or municipal, county, state, or federal initiatives. F, promotion or advertisement of businesses or special interest groups. G, content related to a campaign for incumbent or challenging candidates for local, state, or federal office. H, content related to political organizations or other organizations advocating a candidate, a position on a local, state, or federal issue or pending legislation. I, content that violates any local, state, or federal law or regulation. And J, content is inconsistent with sections 1 and 3 above. Number 5, disclaimer. While the town strives to post accurate information in a timely manner, neither the town nor its public bodies, departments, officers, or employees warrant the accuracy, reliability, or timeliness of any information on the website and shall not be held liable for any losses caused by reliance on the information. Any person relying on the information obtained from the website does so at his or her own risk. Content that is posted to the website may change at any time. The town, therefore, will not assume any legal liability for any misrepresentations that may occur. Further, neither the town nor its public bodies, departments, officers, or employees shall be held liable for any damages resulting from any use of the website or from reliance on content contained therein. The website and its contents are for use by town residents, and the public may be updated or changed without notice. Attempts to modify, destroy, or damage the website or its contents, or to use the website in ways not intended by anyone other than the website administrator is strictly prohibited and punishable in accordance with applicable state, federal law, and local laws, regulations, and policies. While the website contains many links to external websites for the convenience of its users, the town does not guarantee the accuracy, quality, completeness, or reliability of such content and assumes no liability for any misrepresentations made thereby. Further, the town does not endorse any opinions or products associated with any linked external website. Communications made through this website's email and messaging system shall in no way be deemed to constitute legal notice to the town or any of its agencies, officers, employees, agents, or representatives. Number 6, privacy statement. A, the town is committed to protecting the privacy of those who use the website. However, the information received through the website may be a public record under the Commonwealth's Public Records Law, GL Chapter 66, Section 10. This privacy statement applies to the website and governs its data collection and usage. By using the website, a person consents to the practices set forth below. This privacy statement is intended to allow website users to make informed choices about whether and to what extent they choose to share personally identifiable information with the town through the website, and to inform them what information that the town collects, what the town does with it, to whom it may be disseminated, and how users can access it. Users can maximize the benefits of their privacy partnership with the town by making informed choices about whether to share personally identifiable information with the town through this website. B, the town may collect personally identifiable information such as users' email address, name, home, or work address, or telephone number. The town also collects anonymous demographic information which is not unique to you, such as your zip code, age, gender, preferences, interests, and favorites, depending on what you submit. The website automatically collects information about your computer hardware and software. This information can include, without limitation, users' internet protocol, call, IP address, browser type, domain names, access times, and referring website addresses. This information is used by the town to ensure that the website works as intended and to provide the town with general statistics regarding use of the website. If users directly disclose personally identifiable information or personally sensitive data through the town's, that's an error, town's website, public message boards, this information may be collected and used by others. By directly disclosing such information, users agree to waive any claim against the town arising out of the dissemination and use of such information by third parties, and its dissemination shall be governed by applicable state, federal, and local laws, regulations, and policies. C, the town collects and uses users' personal information to operate the website and to deliver the services provided thereby. The town also uses personally identifiable information to inform them of other products or services available from the town and its affiliates. The town may also contact users via surveys to conduct research about their opinion of current services or potential new services that may be offered. The town does not sell, rent, or lease information collected from its website to third parties, although the dissemination of such information may be governed by applicable state, federal, and local laws, regulations, and policies. The town may, from time to time, contact users on behalf of external business partners about a particular offering that may be of interest to them. In such cases, users' unique, personally identifiable information, email, name, address, telephone number, is not transferred to the third party. In addition, the town may share data with trusted partners to help us perform statistical analysis, send users email or postal mail, provide customer support, or arrange for deliveries. All such third parties are prohibited from using users' personal information except to provide these services to the town, and they are required to maintain the confidentiality of such information. The town does not use or disclose sensitive personal information such as race, religion, or political affiliations without your explicit consent. The town keeps track of the user's use of the website to determine which town services are used the most and how the town can better serve the public and its residents. These data are used to deliver customized content and advertising within the town to users whose use of the website indicates that they are interested in a particular subject area. The town will disclose users' personal information without notice only if required to do so by law or in the good faith belief that such action is necessary to A, conform to the edicts of the law or comply with legal process served on the town or the vendor providing the website. B, protect and defend the rights or property of the town, or C, act under exigent circumstances to protect the personal safety of users or the public. D, the town's website uses cookies to help users personalize their online use thereof. A cookie is a text file that is placed on the hard disk of users' computers or cellular phones by a web page server. Cookies cannot be used to run programs or deliver viruses to users' computers or cellular phones. Cookies are uniquely assigned to specific users and can only be read by a web server in the domain that issued the cookie to the user. One of the primary purposes of cookies is to save users time. The purpose of a cookie is to tell the web server that a user has returned to a specific web page. For example, if users personalize the town pages or register with the town site or services, a cookie helps the town to recall their specific information on subsequent visits. This simplifies the process of recording personal information, such as billing addresses, shipping addresses, and so on. When you return to the website, the information users previously provided can be retrieved so they can easily use the website features they customize. Users have the ability to accept or decline cookies. Most web browsers automatically accept cookies, but users can usually modify their browser settings to decline cookies if they prefer. If users choose to decline cookies, they may not be able to fully experience the interactive features of the website.
I want a cookie.
It's cake. E, the town secures users' personal information from unauthorized access, use, or disclosure. The town secures the personally identifiable information users provide on computer servers in a controlled, secure environment protected from unauthorized access, use, or disclosure. When personal information such as a credit card number is transmitted to other websites, it is protected through the use of encryption such as the secure socket layer SSL protocol.
Very
Thank
good.
Thank you, Veronica.
You're welcome. The one thing that I would
I'll do it
change-
next time, I promise.
The one thing that I would change is the place where it says the town administrator will appoint a website administrator. I would, the town administrator, typically the select board appoints
Employees, based on the
employees.
charter.
Correct. So I would change this to,
Appointing authority.
yeah. The rest of it is okay. I mean, the website administrator works with the town administrator. There's nothing there that I would change, like under 3, the town administrator and website administrator.
And this does not change, departments that are already updating their website from being able to update their websites.
I don't believe so.
It just provides an organizational oversight
Correct.
to, if everybody starts posting XYZ.
I would in the job description for the website administrator, the boards that, and I think this is there now, at least when we did the website administrator job description, those boards that don't have an administrator, and there are several of them, for them, the website administrator would update their pages for it.
As they requested.
As requested by the board. And I would want to keep that, and I don't think this changes the ability to do that at all. I didn't see anything that would. And I'm good with the town administrator recommending the website, administrator for appointments. I mean,
Yeah, we'll just change
but
it to.
just, this is what you did right here is fine. We'll appoint a website administrator.
Okay.
But
And
anyway.
And
Do you want that changed? to
Who is it Valerie or is it you, Nelson, who's been changing this as I'm reading?
I did town, it said town.
You did that, okay.
I did the select.
Yeah, so I think it's changed already in
Okay.
what's there.
So,
If everybody's good with it.
okay, so this is ready for the second reading on January 6th.
I think so, yes. Yeah.
Our last one is also, you'll get, I know that there was a couple of questions, but that will be on for the January 6th second reading. It's on the federal policy. Okay, so next we have 510, social media policy, which we also have spoken about for quite a while. Do you want to, Veronica, do you want to read this one too?
Sure, I'll read it. There's no header on this one. Is
Townsend
this an update?
is what I have on the,
Pardon me?
what I printed off says Townsend social media policy.
I don't think, Sabrina put it on the letterhead yet.
Mine says it.
Not on the letterhead.
It doesn't have the letterhead.
It doesn't have the letterhead, so is this an update to the policy or is this a new policy?
Let me
There is
see.
an existing policy.
So Adam says this does effectively replace 2 separate policies in existence.
Oh.
One is pertaining to personal social media use, and the other one is addressing Town of Townsend social media accounts. So
I think I want to save the reading of this for the first reading to 1/6 so that we can get that header in there and so that
Which
we can
policy it
identify,
replaces?
yes, the 2 policies that I know Nelson just read it, but I would like it in writing, I guess.
And then I'll read it, so you'll be off the hook.
Yeah. Thank you. This was
To January 6th.
okay, thanks.
Policy also reminds me, when somebody comes on board as an employee or elected or appointed official, they're supposed to sign off on the social media policy.
Yes,
Yes.
that's part of Callie's onboarding package.
Yeah. So, I think that applies to everyone. It should apply to everyone. There isn't anybody autonomous from that, is there? Checking.
I'm sorry.
Hopefully-
I wouldn't have thought that, but I hear that that might be the case.
Yeah, and so I don't think anybody's better than anybody else myself, but everybody should be treated the same. So let's see, 511, you discussed setting date of the opening and closing of the special town warrant, which has booked for February 25th.
Yeah, that was the date I was able to secure for us at the high school auditorium. The 24th and then 26th were taken, but the 25th was available, so I penciled us in for that.
You have to be confirmed with the town moderator.
Yeah, and town council. Yep, both town council and the town moderator are available on February 25th.
Right. Okay.
So then when you work your way backwards, we need to post it by, it's 2 weeks before the meeting itself, so that brings you to February 11th. That we need to, that's the latest that we can post the warrant articles.
Oh.
And then, you know, I would say all of February is pretty much open. I mean, you do want to give town council some time to review the warrant articles, but I don't think honestly there's going to be a ton of them. So I think the lift is pretty light.
There's going to be a public hearing and planning.
I don't know if the timing is going to work out. I remember you mentioning it at a recent meeting. I didn't really think to follow up with them to see what they were hoping to accomplish and when.
They had a hearing on a parcel on Brookline Road. And at that night, we talked about, I gave them the date of because they wanted to put a zoning bylaw adjustment on a town meeting. And so I gave them the 24th that night. So I've since told her it's 25th and we're going to set the opening closing, and they know that once they have their article or whatever they're going to do, they have to have a public hearing themselves. So I'm thinking they're attempting to do that by the end of January.
So I think that the warrant should close on the 2nd of February. Close, yeah, because that gives us the 3rd to look at the articles, we're meeting perhaps the 3rd, 10th, and the 17th, joint with FinCom. And so on the 3rd, that would allow us to review, get it to town council, and sign off on the 10th. So I would have it close on the 2nd of February.
Okay.
And then I would open it on either the 21st or the 28th. We're meeting on the 20th, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I would, you know, I think having it open for a week and a half is fine.
How long does it have to be required to be open for?
It
No,
could be an
it
hour.
can be a day, you
Yeah.
know, it can be, I mean, we could open it on the 30th and close it on the 2nd. I wouldn't recommend that, but, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
It could be as short as we want.
but and you can reopen it if you want. But in any event, so I would put this maybe on the 6th and set the dates then.
Yep, but I
But,
will make a motion to set the date of the town meeting,
Of the town meeting, yes, we should
but
set
not the
that,
warrant.
but not the warrant. We can do that on the 6th. But from this meeting, people should have some idea of what we're thinking.
So is there a motion to set the special town meeting on February 25th at the high school?
Yep, I, Valerie Goodrich, move to set the date of the special town meeting for February 25th, 2026 at the North Middlesex Regional High School,
Veronica Cal second,
7 p.m.
yes.
7 p.m. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye.
I'll just note that that's a Wednesday. We often have meetings
Yeah.
on Tuesday. It is a different day of the week.
It's a Wednesday, yes. Okay, next, work session, 6.1. Under reports. Good.
So last week on December 11th, a number of communities met at the training room at the water treatment plant to discuss potential regionalization of fire and EMS. It was a meeting attended by various town administrators and their respective fire chiefs, you know, deputy fire chiefs. It was a pretty informative meeting. You know, I think there was some good discussion points. But it was certainly decided that the fire chiefs would meet separately on their own to discuss the, you know, the regionalization efforts and report back to the group at a meeting that's currently tentatively scheduled for January 22nd of next year.
Can I, towns were involved who came to the meeting?
I didn't write it down exactly, but let me see if I can find the towns that were part of the discussion. Just bear with me. So it was Ashburnham, Ashby, Townsend, Lunenburg, Shirley, Pepperell, Dunstable, Tingsboro, Groton, Air, and Littleton. Those were the groups, the towns that were invited. And for the most part, everyone showed up. Tingsboro could not send someone. Let me see, Groton could not come. And I don't think anyone from, did I mention Devon's? Devon's didn't send anybody. And I don't think Shirley sent anyone either. But those are the towns that were involved or that were invited.
So probably 10 were there.
Yeah, thereabouts. So yeah, so the fire chiefs are gonna meet separately on their own and report back to the group on January 22nd. School budget update, we had a meeting this past Monday. And I think we're able to share some of those numbers, because I think they had their meeting on Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, their numbers are a little different. I know they're from the finance subcommittee meeting yesterday also. I mean, it's still up in the air.
Yeah.
They're thinking like 4.
Yeah, they're thinking overall the school,
But it's different for each town a little bit. That would be if they had to put all the towns together, I think that's what.
yeah, it would be a roughly about a 4% increase for the overall, for the towns. But for Townsend, I think, we were probably on the higher end, out of the.
Ashby's obviously on the lower end because they're smaller.
Yeah.
Townsend,
I believe, we were at the moment, a preliminary, assessment, 4.65%.
and they're hesitant to even say that because so much is up in the air. They don't have the governor's budget yet.
Yeah,
I
correct.
think a big driver of their costs is also, as we talked about with Kelly today, is their health insurance, which they're calculating like 15%, I think is what they're calculating at, something like that.
I think it was
Yeah.
10% for active employees and 20%
Yeah.
for retirees.
So- And that's level services.
I
Is what they're
believe
yeah.
so, yes.
That's what they're going for.
So, 4.65, if we just use that as a discussion point, I think if you recall my baseline, budget for FY '27, it was a 3% increase. And I also had said every percentage increase is roughly about $150,000 more that's going to be added to the budget.
So that puts us $500,000 in the hole,
Thereabouts, correct, yep.
using a 2.5% for everything else,
No, everything else was still at 3%.
3%.
Town, and also the vocational, the technical school at 3% as well. So, yeah, that's.
So we need to find $500,000. And I got that number from the 270 that Nelson had given us before. 4.65, I'm saying that's 150 for the 4%, and then 80 for the 65.
And those are, like I said, they're jumping around slips. They don't have the governor's budget until mid-January.
Yeah.
So
But
that
still,
will,
it's 500,000 in the hole.
and that's, I mean, and we're assuming, I don't know, Pepperell has been talking about 20% increase in health insurance. And we're assuming 13. We can hope that's good.
It's
No.
Good.
So,
It's not gonna work.
500,000 in the hole is like all of our staff.
it's
Maybe the MMA thing will actually come through and they will help subsidize all the cities and towns over and above the 2.5%.
Nelson, you know what the Pepperell TA brought up is, Drew brought up? They said they were gonna be talking about it.
Well, I think MMA was starting a new initiative, asking for the state for more unrestricted government,
Yeah.
local aid. They call it UGA.
Right.
That's the term.
So, but
Um,
Andrew brought up something that he thought, like,
would do what?
with regards to if the towns were, no, if the towns are looking at overrides.
Yeah, there was talks about, an override question just for the health insurance increases, because given, I think, don't quote me, but I think the school budget's, health insurance budget is like over 10 million a year.
So he was saying that, and this is just preliminary ideas out in the ethers, and it is related to school budgets. I feel fine mentioning it here. It was brought up at the school budget meeting. with all the town administrators is he was saying, if you look at the school's portion of the health insurance increase and then the town's health insurance increase, because those are numbers that we have literally no control over here. And sending that and saying, this is what we're being asked to do, and we above the 3%.
To the state to get them to,
No, to the towns.
As an override.
as an override ask.
Yeah.
And it's just a preliminary idea that Capital put out there, because they were saying if all three towns were doing their portion of that school insurance increase and our.
It would make, I mean, we're 270 before the health insurance or the extra percentages of the school.
Is that with the health insurance at 13? Is that what that 270 is at?
Yeah, so
I think I mean, in my preliminary budgets, I'm more on closer to 15%. I know Callie.
Did you already factor that in then, in the 270 and the whole?
I just did 3% across
Across the board.
all
That's what I
town
thought.
services.
Okay,
So
that isn't in there.
well,
It's not in
there is a percentage in there, but
It's not 13.
It would still be 11 and 10.
yeah.
So that just was floated at the school budget meeting. I'm sure we'll talk about it a lot more. Because, I mean, there are obviously a bunch of different reasons for the fiscal picture we have, so that's just one aspect of it. But I encourage everybody to look at the finance subcommittee. Just had a meeting yesterday morning. I saw that, but I did not see the school committee.
Maybe I'll have to wait.
I didn't see the school committee meeting from yesterday night though. Haven't looked at that yet, so.
So that's kind of where we're at with the state of the school budget. Let me see here. We had a department head meeting. Did I mention that already last time? I can't remember.
Yep.
Okay, so we went over that. MS4. Beth in the land use office did submit our MS4 report on time back on September 29th. But we recently received word from the Massachusetts EPA office that apparently some of our regulations and bylaws related to MS4 stormwater does not comply with their standards. It was news to us, but they were willing to work with us. So we, between myself, Beth and Bob Garside, we had a call with the EPA office.
Why Bob Garside?
Well, because it was
I would
really,
have thought it would be highway because it's stormwater.
mm,
Or what I want to know is what bylaws exactly? Because unless it has to do with buildings, the stormwater from buildings, or why would, it surprised me to see that it was the building inspector as opposed to the highway
well,
department.
it has something to do with post-construction.
Okay,
So
Post like any construction or residential?
I don't know the details about that, but so the EPA office told us the exact language that we actually needed to insert into our bylaws. And Bob has found what he feels is a suitable area to put it in. So we've already engaged with town council for them to review it, the planning board, it's on their radar to discuss and, put forth. Because I think this would require some sort of public hearing because.
well, any bylaw change.
Yeah. So the parties that are responsible for this are aware, and we're working towards putting a warrant article in annual town meeting to.
The annual, not the special.
No, correct, the annual, to deal with this, this, deficiency, if you will, in our,
Is it because of the water treatment plant?
no, there's,
I'm trying to figure out because we do this,
Every year.
this is, and nobody has ever said anything.
yeah, well, it was news to us as well that, for.
And so I'm wondering where the deficiency is.
I can send you some correspondence, including the language that they want us to insert into our
Okay.
bylaws. But, I'm just letting you know that we are aware of the issue and everyone that should be involved are involved to get this straightened out. Again, the EPA office was, happy to work with us to fix this issue that we have. So.
They've given us 6 months or a year to get it done.
So they asked us for a date and we told them we would get it done at, annual town meeting, which is on May 5th, but they said, end of the month, end of May, just to be, a little bit, cleaner. So they said, end of May, that we have to finish this.
Okay.
Yep. Cybersecurity, I think folks are taking the trainings. There is no deadline, so to speak, of when people need to complete it. It's kind of an ongoing thing. Maybe if we're not making progress, the select board may decide to make it more mandatory.
Well, right,
'Cause
we have about just less than 50% of the employees have done anything but sign. There's 43. I don't even know if, actually, I don't know if that they've signed in. What I can tell you is reading the website policy, I thought I was in one of the classes of the training. It was, I mean, well, I've been going to sleep with it, so I'm learning a lot. And I'm sending a lot of things phishing, reporting them phishing.
Mhm.
So I don't know if insurance is not mandating it. I don't know what the select board would do.
Yeah, so it's something to think about if, we don't get enough people to start taking the, some of the trainings.
Should there just be a report to department heads and they're responsible for ensuring that their people do it?
Yeah,
It has a town email address. Must sign in for their own account because they have a town email address.
Oh, I just meant could Guardian put a list together of those who haven't done it and that be sent to department heads and they, as the department head, would be in charge of ensuring that they're.
Oh, Nelson, could you ask them? Guardian?
sure.
That way we're not micromanaging at this point.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay.
I haven't made much progress. I haven't made much progress on the Townsend Facebook account. I did see that an individual needs to sign up for an account before they can even set up another account. So I don't know who's willing to volunteer that at the moment. So that's something that I think further discussion needs to be had to, who's the person to jumpstart the.
Well, do we have a website admin yet? I mean, I thought there were interviews for it and then we stopped.
Well, I think with the budget issues,
We stopped, but it's still budgeted.
it is.
So weren't there candidates?
There were, So, you know, if it's something the select board wants to resurrect, so to speak.
I'm
you
just
know.
thinking that that's someone that could do this.
Right.
Mhm.
Yep, it's possible. But I haven't really touched it because, you know, like I said, an individual needs to sign up for an account before you can then manage a, the official Facebook page.
Can we move to January 6th? Is that okay with the board?
Yep.
So Kieran, did apply for a engineering study for the Adams Dam. Now, I do want to preface by saying that this is just like a preliminary feasibility study that, you know, we received the grant for. In no way, shape, or form is Adams Dam being removed.
Right, it's,
But there needs to be like engineering and, you know, design studies on the dam itself to see, you know, what kind of shape it's in, how much it would cost to fix the issue, things of that nature. So that's what the grant is for. But I do want to say that in your correspondence, you probably will see a letter that was from the
Yep.
Cemetery and Parks Commission, who are very much against the idea of Adams Dam being removed. I think that's very premature talk, but nonetheless, they did send it, so, you know, it's in your correspondence packet, so, you know, feel free to take a look at it.
I believe also in checking with conservation, there was some water quality issues too related to this at the moment.
There is, correct.
So
Yep.
it's not simply the dam itself. There's some E. coli, really
Right, I mean, you
elevated
couldn't
levels.
swim in there this summer.
And that study would take a look at that as well, the water quality as well. So I'm just giving you an update on that. So we got the grant and we're kind of moving forward with that.
me?
Excuse me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I was trying to talk. Yesterday was the MRPC Lunch and Learn, and I attended, and so did Colby. Colby talked about, asked about a grant. Somebody came on about one of the DLTA grants, and he asked about that bridge, and I believe mentioned the water. There may be some funding for the study on the water. Maybe is Karen still there?
No.
Oh, so,
When you say the bridge, what
mean
do
the
you
dam?
mean? Do you mean the
Yeah.
trestle?
sorry.
The
No,
dam.
no, he didn't say trestle.
He said the bridge. Okay.
So that's what caught my attention anyway, but, he's gonna talk to somebody there. They've had some change in leadership, in our see, maybe he'll get something out of them, but I'll make sure that, Karen talks to him, about that, because he can help him through the process too.
Okay.
Go ahead, sorry.
No worries. The electronic signboards, I think one of them is on its last leg. It's not charging properly. So I need to talk to Highway to see if we can put a little bit of money into it to get it to working condition, or if we need to maybe put in a request, you know, a capital request to buy a new one. I think we have two at the moment, but in certain times of year, you know, both are being used and there's like a need for like a third one. So, so with one down that puts us in potentially a pretty bad spot in terms of pushing messaging out to the public, whether it's a road closure or, special town meeting or something like that. So I'll work with Highway, but just letting you know, because the select board is in charge of approving the sign board request that comes in. So, we might have to triage the request if we truly are down to just one working sign board.
Okay.
And my final update is on the Sustainable Materials Recovery Program municipal grant. It's the grant that the Board of Health gets. A lot of it is related to the recycling center. I'm just updating you that I'm gonna sign that on behalf of the town so that we can, get the grant funding that,
Does that require a vote? I think it always has in the past to accept grant funds. We can just assign that to you
At a different meeting.
at a different meeting
This
because
is an update.
I
It's
didn't
not a-
see that in here.
No.
okay.
So Laurie, put that on 1/6.
That's the signing of the contract.
I thought it was acceptance of, what is it? Is it acceptance of funds? Or is it the signing of the contract? I don't know what it is.
It's,
So January 6th for that one. And just as a side note, I brought all my stuff with me from the meeting on the 8th. And I gave Sabrina 2 of the things that we all signed. But I could have sworn that there were 3. Well, sure enough, there were 3, and I have it. And there are original signatures, and it was the sustainable purchasing policy. So I have that in hand, and she'll have it safely once I get back.
He's carrying around for fun, right?
Oh, yeah, that and 3 other folders. Okay,
all right, that's all I had.
okay.
Can I ask, Jim, did I see another letter from Cemetery and Parks?
I think that was just the damn one.
That was just
It was
the,
the damn one? And
Oh, no,
also-
there was one on,
And I'm not sure
monthly,
why I saw
there
it.
was one on, the monthly reports.
Yeah,
So,
That'd be department reports.
Yeah.
let's put that on the 1/6 agenda.
which one is that?
It was a letter from Cemetery and Parks. I think I saw it at the same time, but I don't see it in the SharePoint. So where did I get it from?
maybe it was in correspondence.
Is it?
Do you have anything in announcements? Val?
We already talked about North Middlesex
No, no, no,
and
no,
everything.
no. I meant in the, we didn't get there yet. Let me get through the,
It's
let me
not
get
in
through
the
the
notes.
reports.
Okay, all right. I think we need to have a discussion on that letter.
Okay, I'll make sure that's on Cemetery and Parks, that it's on the January 6th.
Correct.
Also, and I don't know why I didn't see it, there was also a rate increase letter from the police.
Oh, that is, that's for
details.
details, and we discussed that and signed it. That was an MOU.
Yep.
Okay,
And so I think that was just his informing people on it, that's all. The town, just to recap, the town details have no increase. So if the town itself is paying, there's no increase.
Can you say that one more time? Because someone asked me about that.
It's for, if the town is requesting a detail, meaning the municipality,
there's no,
there's no change. but if it's others
I thought the rate did change.
for the town, for municipal,
Well, it's the same rate that, I could be wrong, but I thought it's the same rate whether it's an outside job, meaning, you know, a third party, or,
if the town requests the detail, there is no change. If the detail is requested by a vendor
Or
or
con,
And
otherwise,
that could be a contractor on a Townsend road.
that is correct. It's not in town, it's who is requesting the detail.
I'm pretty sure that's what I read. And did sign something to that effect?
Yes, we did. There's an MOU.
yeah. I'm not 100% certain on the town portion, because the rate just increased, and,
Here's my negotiations folder.
you're leaving? I mean, you want to stay for an 8-hour meeting?
Yes, you know, I'd like to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm-
You too.
I'm-
Happy holidays.
I'm fading fast. Um, But, yeah, anyways, we'll, you know, if there's any questions, we'll address it later. It's, not part of the agenda right now.
Okay,
All right, 6.2.
right. I think you already did the school update.
Yep.
DLT grant report on economic development. I actually already talked about that when I said it was in your SharePoint, and we would move it to January 6th for comments back to planning. Oh, I hope I'll send to you and put in SharePoint was the planning board update that Beth sent regarding 40A zoning changes for development. So I actually asked for it to be put, or maybe she will do it on the website, so the make application would have the updated legislation that was just passed. And that's that, so you have to be here. Okay. In announcements, Val, do you have any?
We have a couple. Obviously, everybody can look at the board and committee vacancies. We have quite a few.
There's 17, everyone, 17 vacancies waiting for some of the community to help.
I think I probably want to read the Neshoba Valley EMS funding announcement.
Okay.
So this was from Monday, the 15th. It's from Department of Public Health. Today, the Department of Public Health is excited to announce the release of $5 million in supplemental funding to reimburse Neshoba Valley area municipalities for extraordinary EMS costs following the closure of Neshoba Valley. They utilized Massachusetts ambulance trip record information system and engaged proactively with fire chiefs and EMS providers in the area to develop a reasonable proportional distribution strategy. Each of the 13 municipalities will receive a $100,000 base award and then a proportional allocation of the balance determined by EMS call volume and increased distance traveled to nearest emergency room post-closure of North NVMC, Neshoba Valley. The grants will be reimbursed municipalities through June 30th. So Townsend's base was 100,000, as with all the other towns. And then the final funding amount is $362,541.81.
So my question is on this, this is the 500,000 that they figured out the total amount. If I'm right, this is the stuff, the 500,000 that didn't get voted on until like June or July or something like that. And they weren't sure if all towns were gonna get that amount or otherwise. And that's just, to me, that's a whole lot less than what I expected we were going to receive.
And you can look at the Department of Health, it was a public announcement, Department of Public Health put out there, so you can see what Groton, Air, Devon's.
But can you see how they figured out the
So it
funding
says, you can request it, they utilize Massachusetts Ambulance Trip Information System, so there's an official system. Basically to proportional to the number of calls that we're going to.
So
that
I
facility.
guess my question is, did they cover calls that we covered for other towns? Or did they just cover the calls within Townsend? Do you see what I'm saying?
I don't know the formula that they used to come up with the final allocation. It certainly looks like Townsend is pretty low. Groton is getting like almost $1 million.
Well, I would imagine that's because virtually every Groton call went there. We also use other facilities from Townsend. So we go to Fitchburg, Munster. We didn't just go to Neshoba Valley.
That is true.
So I believe that was from how I understood when I looked at the little more detailed information online, that was kind of how. But we could put this on a future agenda to talk about more.
I'd like to. And maybe I'll take the time to figure out.
I mean, and we could invite
Okay.
someone from Department of Public Health. I'm sure they'd explain it.
Right.
But it
Okay,
is through June 30th, so we do have time.
June 30th, 2027.
2027.
And that's where you can request the funds.
These grants will reimburse municipalities through June 30th.
Of 2027.
So we can get the reimbursements through June 30th.
Correct. So a year and a half out.
Yeah, but now till then, the way I understand it. So you
Okay.
can't request it after.
Right, yeah, I got that. That's not what, but the number probably won't change.
No.
And so it would just be good to know what it was based on.
okay, Veronica, once you have an opportunity to look into it and see the formula, if you want to bring it back up, just let me know.
Okay, that sounds good.
Next is the Neshoba Valley EMS.
No, the Health Equity Partnership. So there's a group that's basically working with Health Equity Partnership of North Central Mass for Neshoba Region, Neshoba Health Equity Partnership, starting kind of an initiative when Neshoba Valley closed. So there's some working groups. If anybody's interested in town, reach out to us, let us know. They had kind of a kickoff. I could not attend.
I couldn't either. This was last week.
But it's coordinated by the Neshoba Associated Boards of Health, so.
Okay.
If anybody's interested in helping with those efforts, let us know. I'm sure we could assign someone else to the Townsend.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I don't think it has to be.
Just like board member.
Right. Please share this information with anyone you think would be a good fit in helping to design future public health solutions for your community.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for reading that. And
then we have one resignation, Lori.
yes,
Colin Rose submitted his resignation as a member of the recycling committee on December 15th, effective immediately. That was that one. Thank you for all your work, Colin, on the committee.
6.4, our next meeting is January 6th at 3 p.m. Oh, no, it's not.
Next week.
The 23rd.
Do we have a time for that yet?
you could probably discuss it now. I
Yeah.
think 10 is probably the earliest I would say, because we need to post tomorrow morning and, you know, if you say 9, that's cutting it really close. There needs to be someone at the town clerk's office right at 9 to do that, so that's.
For me, it might be better if it's noon or 1. There's a possibility I could zoom in. I am probably not going to be in person.
So, Laura, you said you could do up to noon your time?
Yes, and it won't be long because I have to leave by then. So like, do you think 11:30 might work for you?
We could try 11 or 11:30. I don't know. I mean, I really don't
Yeah.
know. It's not an ideal time for me. I'll be here if I can.
Okay.
But noon your time, Lori, is 3 o'clock our time.
Oh,
2?
I was thinking noon our time, which
No,
is 9
I
a.m.
have,
yours.
I have to leave by noon my time, which is 3 o'clock your time. So
Oh, okay.
so 11 for me is 2 o'clock for you.
Oh, well, that's different.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to do 2 o'clock, that would be fine. Or we could do 1 o'clock.
Let me do 1.
Yeah, let's do 1.
Okay,
So this is on Tuesday.
on Tuesday, let me just, so it's 1 o'clock your time is 10 o'clock my time, so that does work.
Okay.
10 o'clock, select board.
And this is a very short agenda. It's literally just about the interim TA.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Because we don't have time to develop a full-blown agenda.
And I believe Sabrina has been discussing with Jane what exactly should be on that agenda, so she should have most of that already. There's like 3 specific items on appointment and setting up the other parts.
Okay.
And
I think I've seen some of the emails, but.
signing
yeah.
the contract, etc.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
that's specific purpose.
Gee,
Are you coughing now?
I am.
This room kills you.
I know. Okay, so we have that and we 10 a.m. that is now scheduled. That is our next meeting.
No,
1 p.m. our time,
Okay,
just so the audience isn't confused.
1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I've written down when I have to show up my time. Okay. Is there a motion for 6.5?
I have Valerie Goodrich move to review and sign payroll and bills payable warrants out of session.
And Veronica Cal second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schiffer and I. Okay, we are going to go into executive session. Veronica, do you have the motion there for 7.3? And we'll adjourn from executive session because we've completed all the rest of our business.
All right, I, Veronica Cal, as vice chair, move to enter into executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the public body, and the chair so declares.
I, Laura Schifrin, declare, and
Seconded.
it
Name.
Valerie Goodrich, second.
adjourning executive session. We won't be returning to general session.
So we'll
Nope.
be adjourning from the executive.
We'll be adjourning from the executive. So, and this motion is taking place at 8:20 PM,
Yeah, 8:19.
19. Okay,
Just use the executive, session link that I sent you earlier.
We need to go to-
okay. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, and I. Thank you all very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you, TCAM.
Thank you.
The
Happy
recording has stopped.
Okay, there are still people hanging in there with me. I'm assuming you haven't been here the entire nearly 6 hours. We've been here for 6 hours. I'm glad I didn't have to talk the whole time. I'm glad other people were talking. I've been texting, I've been talking in the chat. There's been a lot going on with this meeting. I am so tired. My head is pounding. There's so many real problems that occurred in this meeting. A lot of lack of knowledge by the board and some real problems that are going to rear their ugly head. I'm really concerned about what they talked about regarding surplus equipment from the fire department. I looked up the law and I posted it in the chat. Actually, they wanted, well, since it's over 10,000, we don't have to do anything. The fire chief can just dispose of it, right? So that's what they're doing. And I don't know if I sent them a copy of the law or not. I don't know. But they actually have to have an auction. They have to have this stuff evaluated and appraised. And it's not, it's another ethics problem involving Gary Shepard. If they do this, if they do what they said they're going to do, they can't, somebody's got to go to jail. I'm telling you, this is disgusting. And that one really does concern me. Hopefully they'll put a stop to it before they get anywhere. If anything moves with those fire equipment, that will really create an ethics explosion. Because it's 30B, it's in 30B, it's in Mass General Law 30B, that it needs to go out to bid, or it either has to go out to bid or there needs to be a public auction. But the equipment needs to be valued and put out there. And nobody in that room, including our chief procurement officer, who is Nelson Moy, knew anything about this. And at the time that they had this discussion, I think Kieran was there, and he's going to be our interim. He hasn't been appointed yet. But it's like nobody knows anything about contracting, and that's why we have the ethics complaints and the lawsuit. So somebody's got to, they see something like this, that should flag anybody that's had any training in procurement or knows anything. He's even been involved with procurement. Needs to know this. And we're going through a major league ethics thing right now because of procurement. And what a shit show. So I'm hoping that they'll pull back on what they just did and stop Gary from just selling it for whatever he can get. No, needs to go to public auction. Hello, somebody stop it. I think I did email somebody. I don't remember who I emailed. Let me see if I can see. Who did I email? Oh, see, I don't even know where I'm at on my internet here. I sent something I don't even know what email I used. Oh yeah, I sent it to the board. I did send it to the entire board. And with the law, disposing of surplus vehicles over $10,000 in Massachusetts requires following Chapter 30B, mandating competitive methods like sealed bids at public auctions with public notice after internal offers and approval. So it has to go through the whole does anybody else in town need these fire trucks? In the town government, which they could be. Actually, the highway has an old fire engine that they put a plow on, and they're using. I think they're still using it. They might have finally got rid of it. I don't know. The process involved declaring the vehicle surplus, valuing it, and then using formal channels, often managed by the CPO, with funds going to the general fund. But it must be sealed bids or public auctions. You can't just sell it. It has to be posted and sealed bids and an auction that is coordinated just like we do real property. This is just drive. I just don't. I just don't get the sanity of those people. And there's just so much. We were here 5 hours, and I've looked. I don't know. I'm just going to take a brief look. I mean, they're in executive session now to do they're strategizing again for whatever union negotiations. I'm looking at, is there anything else? There's so much happened in this meeting that I couldn't really go into. That is just, I mean, I have to say, tonight demonstrated that they have no clue. They don't do any research. They just get the agenda without looking anything up before the meeting. And they just wait for Veronica doesn't look anything up because she knows everything. She just, oh, it must be this, so that's what I'm going to say. Nobody reviews anything. They read the website content policy, and then they discussed it after, but everything they discussed was completely the opposite of what they just read in the website content policy. They're crazy. I don't know what's wrong with them. And I mean, they're talking about spending money that they don't have, and it's just a shit show. I do, while I have your attention, after picking up some more numbers that I picked up in this meeting, I know you're going to hang up on me or something, but because it's been so long since we've had an override, and we desperately need one, and I can't say it enough. My number is $1 million or 1.1 million. I'm not kidding. I'm not, and I know that you hate my guts right now, but our budget is past calamity. We can't sustain anything. Everything is disintegrating before our eyes, and that's without anybody doing anything screwy. That's without accusing anybody of wrongdoing. That's without anything else. And I mean that sincerely. They do some screwy things, but it's not $1 million worth, okay? There's screwy things that they just don't understand, and they're not getting better. But when it comes to some of the bare bones stuff that we're doing in our different departments and the town functioning, there's things we cannot do anymore. And the bare bones, Valerie was able to articulate, I think Nelson too, some of the money, because she's been to another meeting, which I'll discuss at a later time. The school's number is estimated that we need to increase our budget by 500,000. And I'm going to include that. These increases, that's where it really is $1 million. I knew it was going to be about that. And that just gave me the number. And that, after having gone through this myself in the past, I know I know all the ups and downs that can happen between now and May, but it's not, that 500,000 is not going to be adjusted that much. For absolute planning purposes, a 500,000 increase on the school budget is going to stick, give or take 30,000. And that's just North Middlesex. They reported a 3% increase is being asked for from the tech, and that's pretty low. So, and the tech, because they get other monies, and they've got, I forgot how many towns, it's like 11 towns or something that's in the tech, they can keep the budget that low, but it's because they're getting a lot of other grants that come in that regular schools can't get. And we can have all this wishful thinking about state money, but that 500,000 for North Middlesex is desperately needed. And some of that is a 13%. No, it's more than that. Townsend Health. Oh. But there's a health insurance, I can't remember that, I didn't write it down. But the schools have an increase more than ours. It might even be a 20% increase on health insurance for the employees of the school. You have to understand how many people work at the schools, a lot more than we have in the town itself. And then we have, we absolutely, without a question, we have to add 200,000 to the snow and ice. That is not even a joke. That can't be, that's non-negotiable, people. And then we have to add, because we have the best plan for our town employees, health insurance is 13% increase. And this, forget 2.5 on these, and that's almost $200,000 increase from what it is already. So 5, so we're up to 900,000, and there's other smaller things that get convoluted in there. So it's going to be $1 million to 1.1 that I am asking you to approve in April. I'm sorry. I want there to be an article or a ballot question on the April ballot for a 1 or $1.1 million override. Yes, I'm serious, on that election ballot, and I want you all to vote for it. And I'm going to be discussing between now and then all the whys and wherefores. I have not lost my mind. I mean, I may have, but that's a different issue. No. We need that money. The town is just going to stop. It's not, we can't function without that. I promise you. I've been telling you for months, I'm not making this stuff up. I really want to educate you, and I'll go through I'm working on, hey, I've narrowed it down to the money. So now I'll be working to show you. One of my next projects is, I want to show you snow and ice and why that's important. And I hope the select board will watch my video when I do that, because nobody's doing the graphs and showing the transitions or trends, nothing. Nobody cares. They go to a meeting, they just vote. Nobody does any homework. And that's not function. That doesn't work. It can't do it. You have to put the time in, and they're not. They think they're putting in too much time as it is. Well, their meeting's going to go over probably 6.5 hours total, because they're still in executive session right now. All right. I think that's all I have right now. I'm going to be going back through that agenda and seeing what I want to double back on to add to other videos I'll be doing. They're going to be having a meeting on December 23rd. It's brief. It's just to appoint the interim town administrator. And I don't know how that's going to work. I think there's real issues with that appointment. Not with the person, but the way they've gone about it. I think they really violated the open meeting law, but I got to review that some more. But they're going to be appointing him. Also on the 23rd is scheduled the Conservation Commission in Groton is having another meeting that is going to be discussing our illustrious Gary Shepherd again. It's the same crap as that's been going on, but we'll see. I don't know if he'll show up for that one, but I know there's probably no work being done up there at Groton Hills because it's snow on the ground, and tomorrow's going to rain like hell. That should be an interesting. Oh yeah, we're going to have a washout up there. Good luck, Groton. You know who you're dealing with. So I'm interested to see what agricultural, the MDAR is going to be telling them. I can't wait. I really want to attend that meeting. I want to be educated on this, not just because it's Gary. It seems very interesting. All right. So we're all here. Thank you, everybody, for putting up with me and putting up with the Townsend Board of Selectmen, with Select Board. I keep calling them the wrong thing. Let me just do something here. I just want to, one more time, show the banner, ask people if you're still here or if you're watching this on the replay. If you have not already, please hit the like button. It really helps the algorithm. And if you're not subscribed, please subscribe, and you'll be notified when I do other videos. And aren't these exciting? They are. I think they are. Aren't they? Okay. So thanks again for everybody for sticking it out, and you're still here, some of you. I have to look at the analytics and see how this all went with attendance. I'm sure I watched that number go up and down and up and down. Okay. All right. It's coming up on my bedtime. Okay. I gotta feed my cats. They're putting up with me today. Okay. Thanks everybody. And stay tuned to this channel. I will be keeping you updated on the crazy antics in Townsend. Good night, everybody.